Monday with good time. Welcome to the stream. So, in case you didn't watch this last time out, first of all, how dare you? And second of all, well, we made it to the cup final. We won the second leg against whatever this is pronounced, 3-0. So in aggregate, we went through. And now there's a match against PSIS coming right up, which are one of our local rivals, I think, if I'm not totally mistaken. Hi, Hayden. Well, okay. Let's answer him in chat, right? Alright. So much for that. Okay. So, what went down last time? No, we gotta look for the rivalry thing. I always forget this. So one is PSIS. We played them. PSIS is not the one we're playing. PSIS, yeah, that's the one. Okay. Oh, Hayden. Oh. So, what will we do? Well, we will go through this match, obviously. This is local rivals, and yeah, they are second in the league. This is also the opponent for the cup final at, well, after the end of the season, of the league season. So, kind of a test game. On the other hand, yeah, we'll probably be fucked. Let's be honest. This will not work. Because we've got a 2-day break, no recovery whatsoever. We will probably play the youth, or what's left of it anyway. And afterwards we will get into a regular schedule if I'm not totally mistaken. Yeah, Sunday, Saturday, Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday. So afterwards we will have 1 week breaks with nothing to play for, actually. So the argument can be made that this game is really important if we want to stand a chance to make it to the Champions League places. Or, you know, it's an 11-point gap. This is 7 games left. So, 21 points. Closing an 11-point gap within 21, a maximum of 21 points feels kinda not good. And welcome to the stream, Mr. Der Coffee Man. By the way, this is a very interesting combination of, I guess, German and English. So if there's any story to be had about how this nick came to fruition, that's not a word, is it? I'm confused already. Came to existence. I'm very happy to hear about it. Anyway, welcome to the stream, and as always, feel free to ask questions and stuff. I don't think you've been around for a long time, so I don't know if you're interested in anyone or in Football Manager in particular. Always happy to answer stuff. In particular, if it's about this player sucks or that player sucks and how's he doing. That's always good. And I think Hayden means, how are you? He is not used to finishing sentences, as far as I'm aware. And then things happened. This sounds like particular things happened. I don't want to ask. I'm sure there's a story to be had there, but maybe you can tell us about that in your stream at some point. Okay, the press hails Jorge Cesar. No surprises there. That's fine. He scored another one last time out. So, morale's perfect. Not touching him. And clubs in Indonesia are set to release youth players. So all of a sudden, I'm very interested in all of these. Can we offer a trial to them, maybe? Because in Indonesia, we are a first league team, so we might as well stand a chance here. Here, scout him for a week. Yes, I will spend 1k on that. We need replacements. Okay. Well, in that case, if you want recommendations for new nicks, feel free to open up a poll at some point. But don't blame me or anyone else of your followership if if they come up with really creative solutions, like I don't know, Mr. Funky Coffee Guy or something like this. It wouldn't be too bad. I'm sure people have worse ideas. Apparently we cannot have him. But most of these guys come in on trial actually, because we play in the first league for now. That's not bad. So either they are absolute trash, or we might stand a chance. What sounds like the nick I just made up? Yeah, I'm not good at this. Or are we talking about stream stickers? What did I just say? Trash? I think that's a casual. He's friggin' unambitious. Well, I still stick to my first nick, I guess, and it's a bad kind of nick that is derived from some stupid old punk rock band. It's not. I don't even know if this counts as punk rock. Anyway, Tony Sly has been dead for about 10 years, so I guess nobody remembers. Pratama? Didn't we sell him? And now he's a recommended signing. How about no? No, this is the other goalkeeper, isn't he? Well, in that case, at least one person does. To be fair, I was mostly a fan of one of their records, Hard Rock Bottom. From my perspective, one of the best records ever made, I guess. Strictly within that genre, to be fair. And as far as I can remember, they were known for being some sort of female-friendly punk rock band already back in the day. So yeah, kind of ridiculed, but I was fine with it. And to this day, I like to listen to some of their stuff. So I guess it stuck. So much for the nick, right? What's this guy? Kind of hard to come up with stuff that will stick for an entire life, though. A lot of people change nicks all the time, and I don't know. For some people, it just sticks out of laziness. So this Kamal guy, I guess we gotta scout him. Or, oh, he's available for trial, so we do that. If he doesn't want to come in on trial, he can go. You know. Yet another Malik. Yet another goalkeeper that's not good enough. Also, he He likes to use long throws, apparently, with throwing skill of 6. I'm not a fan. I'm not interested in that one. I would be very interested in this guy. At least according to basically everything, yes. With the exception probably of the money. No, not even. Well, estimated wage 500 to 725 is not great. Apparently he also likes to collect yellow cards. That's not a problem. My biggest concern with him is the price tag. Good personality. Media handling is very good. Would be a reasonable central defender too, as far as I can tell. Well, the heading's shit. So maybe not. Maybe not as a central defender. But as for example, the ball winning midfielder, not a bad choice. That's a replacement for infantry, long term. If we can get a hold of him in some way. I doubt that though. And I think they will probably ask for 150k for him. So if we don't want to spend more or less what we made within one season in the cup on one player, then we gotta wait. Yeah, and hopefully he doesn't develop as much or something, and we can get him at some point for free if he doesn't extend his contract. Yeah, let him come in, that's fine. So, in this match against Persia Jakarta, we will be forced to, I don't know what, make do with the youth, I guess. Given that they are second in the league and will probably absolutely devastate us, we're in for a beating. Hopefully not too high. And given that this takes forever to process, I guess it's your job to entertain me. That's the way these streams work, right? So, I don't know. What's new with you guys? I got nuts. Here, the good kind. It's premium, it says on the package. Must be good. What thing? I did do a thing today, prior to streaming. You can be very happy that I'm not crying all day. I did try to do my first set of weightlifting for it since like one and a half years. So yeah. Now I'm totally I don't know, I'm fucked. I have no strength left in me whatsoever, and I didn't have any prior to starting, but it's something. Did it on our balcony. It's the only place in the entire apartment that had some space. Okay. What do I make of our chances in this match? We have none whatsoever, thank you very much. This is the first in Indonesia. So, there's a story to this, but we got time. So, this save, this is Football Manager 2023. So, it started out in 2023 as no, it's not really that way. It started out in 2022, I guess. That's the way it works in Football Manager. So, with all the real players and stuff, right? Then we went to Sweden. There was a tiny club in Sweden, Gjedde Hockdals IK, in a village named Gjedde Hockdal. in Sweden that hired us as a manager. We promoted them from 4th league to 2nd league and got fired after 5 seasons or something for not being able to get decent results in the 2nd league. The thing is, the financial gap between the 3rd league and the 2nd league in Sweden is like, it's absurdly big. So after they fired us, they got relegated and then they got relegated again. Serves them right. After being fired, we went to Wales. This is all on YouTube, by the way. So we went to Wales. In Wales, I tried to, with Tafswell FC, I tried to implement some changes in the club, and I did too much too fast, and none of it worked. So we didn't have the results, and in the end, they kicked our butts after like 1.5 seasons or something. I'm not even sure if we made it through 1 season. It was really short-lived. And then there was this nice job in Indonesia with PSIS. I probably butchered that. I should know the name of my own club. So yeah, we took that. That was a 2nd league club at the time, but they were destined to get promoted, and their manager just left for a better club apparently. So I went here, got the club promoted, which was kind of a hard way in the end. We barely made it. And now we're in the 1st league, and we are destined to be relegated, but absolutely storming the league, as well as the cup, given that we are in the cup final. So I guess things are going just fine. And I'm enjoying myself so far. That's about it. That said, we will not make it to the Asian Champions League. But it's 1st league, and we will remain here. Also, we will clear all of that debt the club is in. That's one of the stretch goals. Get rid of all the negative balance. Yeah, oh, that's the way it works in Football Manager, yes. Well, yes and no. If you did really well in your previous clubs, other clubs are interested in you that might be a little bit bigger. If you didn't do well, then the clubs you think you are qualified for might not be interested in you at all because they think you're a loser. So you will need to take a smaller club, I guess. But the way I usually do this is I start as a not knowing hobo, basically. So let's get out of this. I'll do the press conference in a second. In a way, but there's always some random loser club that will sign you as a manager. And to be fair, in some clubs it's really easy to achieve something. Like, in some cases, you just have to fix a few things, and then it goes by itself. Or in some clubs, you can just spend money. No. Speedrunning in Football Manager is not a thing. This will not happen. Football Manager is kind of the opposite of anything that has anything to do with speedrunning. But, so I'm playing as a 40-year-old Serbian-Italian named Vrancic right now. I think there is something like this. I think I read that there was fastest being fired or something. Somebody took a job and got fired at the first day. But that's more like a bug, I guess. In general, I do start... Where is it? Here. I do start as somebody that knows nothing, so these attributes all go between 1 and 20. I usually start with somebody that has like 1 in every single attribute, with the exception of a few. That's the lowest possible level of knowledge and skill. So as a manager, I suck. At least in-game I do. Off-game, obviously, I also do. But these attributes improve with time. And as you can see, I didn't change clubs much, so adaptability, for example, didn't change at all. I'm not adaptable as a character. Level of discipline is very high, though. Apparently I'm a strict disciplinarian. Who could have known? So much about that. I can also probably show you the history, can't I? Here it is. That's... You gotta read from bottom to top, though. So we were a lot with Jeder Hochdahl's AK, as you can see, from 22 to 28. Got him promoted, and then moved on to Tafswell after getting fired. We were 16th in the league prior to getting fired. So that was in the relegation spot. Yeah, it is. It's 31 actually. We are at the end of the season and with PSIS in the Indonesian League 1. As you can see, we got him promoted here. So, but to be fair, this was mostly the job of the previous manager. Nah, oh no, it's this is all throughout the years. But I do not tend to throw out a save and start something new. I tend to go with whatever's going on in the game at this point. And there's this anti-pattern to me of streamers of Football Manager taking over a club. 10 in-game years. I didn't play much solo, so that's an easy one to determine. If I can open the Steam layout, which I cannot because I deactivated it. Give me a second, I've got to look into Steam. You won't be able to see this, but I will. So I can tell you. Football Manager 2023. I did play... No, better. You gotta guess. So playing time in hours. You know that Football Manager 2023 comes out in November. You can also guesstimate by the fact that there are over 100 episodes of approximately 3 to 4 hours on YouTube. And longer ones too, given that I was without employment for some of that time. So you can guesstimate. 540? Okay. Anyone else? There's someone else in the stream. You want to take a guess too, whoever you are? Currently not. Alright. So in that case, close. Same order of magnitude. Steam says 1164 hours. So, yeah, only double. That said, in this case, this is actual playing time. With other installments of Football Manager, I had like 4K. And that's due to the fact that Football Manager, as you can see, is one of these games that you can just leave running. So if your PC is running throughout the night, there's no use in closing the game. It has nothing to do with dedication. It's just, it's about the story, man. It's about the story. And the story gets written by myself. Right now, no, it doesn't. It's waiting for me to do the press conference. No. You can have an auto progress option if you want to have that. But as you can see, this button's red right now. I gotta do the press conference. So it doesn't progress right now. By the way, it has a multiplayer option. So if you're absolutely insane, you can play this on multiplayer. And it progresses very slowly for everyone. And, well, it doesn't progress until somebody's finished with whatever they do, if you set it up that way. The last time I tried this, though, the code for multiplayer was not exactly well optimized. I feel like this is one of the shakiest part of Football Manager overall. That said, I did try it once with a good friend of mine. And we made it through like half a season. It was great fun playing against each other and sharing the same players and stuff. So from that perspective, it can be fun, but in the end, if you don't like the core experience, I wouldn't recommend doing this for multiplayer only. Well, maybe you're part of the target audience that enjoys watching it. After all, we're writing stories here. And it's not only the story of the club, or yet another club, it's also the stories of the players. So, well, you might as well try. But 30 to 40 hours, that's like, you come into the club, and usually it takes you about 2 to 3 hours to get an overview. This game doesn't happen by clicking stuff. Most of it happens here. And so I'll just show you. You learn about the strengths and weaknesses of your player base and the club overall, and I don't know, about opponents, about specific players that play within the league but not for your club, about the shortlist for players that you wouldn't want to come in but you cannot afford, about a way to earn money, about league rules. There's so much stuff that you learn about, and that makes all of it makes for good fun in aggregate. All right. So, are we confident for this match? Nah, I'm not. These clashes add something special to the League One. Yeah, they do. Yes, I agree. These are really great clashes. So last time out, we defeated them 3-0. That doesn't matter much because we defeated the third league team. This is pretty much what we expected, right? So, well, I think Football Manager 2023 should be rather cheap right now if you want to buy it, because the next installment comes out in November. So if you want to try this iteration, feel free. Shouldn't be more than 15 or 20 bucks. I'm just pulling it out of my backside, though. I don't know. But if you have a certain adherent to, well, in that case, don't do it. Because this will definitely. Well, let me put it that way. There's at this point old documentation. I think it was done in 2014. Not sure. There's a somewhat old documentation with the very descriptive title "Football Manager Stole My Life." That's probably worth watching. But on the other hand, it also tells you a lot about this game, because you can spend a lot of time with this and you will not regret a second. And I don't even like football that much. It's just about the management to me. Yeah, well, I got used to the football, I guess. The first time I tried it, which was back in 2012 or something, I think, I didn't get it. It was too complicated for me, and I didn't understand how it goes. Seriously. I had my problems comprehending all of the information. Just like playing EVE Online, I guess, in a way. But EVE tends to ease you in. Football Manager doesn't do that. In Football Manager, it's like, here's your club, have fun. And then you go and you fail. And then you go and you fail better. And then you go again and you fail better. And then, after some time, you get some random success and you're not sure what it is all about. So, yeah, Football Manager is great. Okay, press conference. I forget about this stuff. So last time we played very well. Yes, that is okay, and it is absolutely meaningless for this match. So no complacency, please. What tactical challenges does such a big match throw at you? First and foremost, a tactical challenge of a squad that is entirely done. Condition is rock bottom. Apparently there's a guy named Roughly, which I do not recall. That's probably due to the fact that this is a 32-year-old that is a pacey striker, and I don't play with a pacey striker. Well, I play with Mbiri, so I guess that counts a little bit. But he's one of the best players. Apparently, let's have a look at him again. Might have scored recently. 8 goals and 9 appearances. That's not. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's good in aggregate. But our striker is slightly better, with 30-something goals and approximately 20-something games. So yeah, I don't think we need to fear him. He will probably score though, given what we have available to us. Yeah, we will definitely miss Ari. We'll do our best. Who are you considering as a replacement for Ari? Moody. Always Moody. And Simon Owen will probably not make it to this game, returning to full fitness in 1 day. So, well, maybe. Mr. Kamal joined us on trial, that's true, but this is a 32-year-old. Not sure if we will keep him. Vildan Ferdiancia has physical attributes rarely seen in all the players. Does he? Really? I think his physical attributes are more or less he's a runner and that's about it. The rest of his physical attributes are not exactly impressive, are they? So how much does this help in the way I set up my team? Well, we play him as a winger on attack duty. I'm not so concerned with this. To be fair, pace 13 would be nice for the league. That would make him outrun most of the opponents, so I guess that's something that we need to look for. But I think the more important part here is actually anticipation. But maybe better crosses. Also, technique's rubbish. The first touch and technique are no good. But the anticipation in particular, I feel this is something that's needed. For him to anticipate when to run after long balls. He's not available mentally half of the time. So that's the biggest improvement that's needed. Well, let's be nice about him though. I probably should have had a look if he likes the pressure. Well, at least Sukipto's happy with whatever we said. Which is fine. Is he ready to play? Or is he suspended? Where's Sukipto? Here. Well, we can play Sukipto. Maybe. Well... So, Mr. Coffeeman, you want to pick your favorite player? Everybody needs an emotional attachment. So, given that it can't be me, obviously, you need to pick your favorite player. You know, you cannot be attached to me. I'm just doing the streaming here. The real stars are the players, obviously. So, you gotta pick one. Or not. But you might as well. Also, where the hell is my chocolate? It's gone. Ah, that's better. And anything about what? About me eating chocolate or about Football Manager? No problem, I will teach you. It's very easy to comprehend this game. Well, you can look for whatever you want. In fact, well, I'm looking for a few different positions, but this is not so much about a reasonable assessment of X, Y, Z. This is just about you are excited for the career of this player because you think this is, I don't know, somebody that has a great future. For example, Tegar Yusuf here is one of the youth players. So this star rating here is a rough estimate of my assistant manager of what he thinks of the player. And he has taken ill. He is out with a cold. We'll send him home. Yeah, you'll have the names in a second. So this is the squad. Let's maybe switch that to reports here. But I'm very happy to give you the faces. And I will sort this by ability. So maybe I can show you a few of the players you're interested in, or I might as well show you derived from the position on the pitch. I don't know. Maybe you're a... Diki Tabuni sounds great, yeah. That's true. And I don't know what his parents thought about naming him this way. I don't want to be racist or anything though, so in case Dicky is a normal first name in Indonesia, let me just say I respect their decision. That said, this is a virtual player, so this is AI generated, the face as well as the player. So, he's been born within the game, more or less. And Dicky Tabuni plays as a playmaker for us. This way. So, I hope you can imagine something of, if I say playmaker, he's one to get the ball and to play, well, to set up play, basically. Yes. He plays in defensive midfield for us, I'll just show you. Dicky Tabuni is this guy. So, he came as a central midfielder, and he plays in defensive midfield. He's the one to set up play. As a playmaker, the players will try to pass more often towards him, because they realize that he has good mentals and good technical skills, as you can see on the left here. Here. These are the technical skills. And the ones that are highlighted in green, that's the ones that are very important for a playmaker. As you can see, he's rather good with this. At least, in comparison to the league level, he's rather good. In particular, his passing and first touch. So, he will receive the ball, well, most of the time. And his passes will be good. Technique is okay for a playmaker. He has great vision. He does not work well within a team, in comparison to the rest of the skills. That means, I'll show you, his attributes to develop. So, the little icon here, can we just get rid of all of this? Yes, we can. The little icon here means that his long throws just went up by a tiny fraction. It's a tendency. Yeah, well, it's heuristics, if you want to be specific. This is how the development was within the last month, in this case, because this is the setup taken here. It's one of the quirks of Football Manager. If I put this to Deep Lying Playmaker role support, you will see the graph here for this stuff. Now I'm going to show you something that's absurdly stupid. If I put this to all time, first of all, it resets here, so let's go back to Deep Lying Playmaker here. As you can see, there's a few more arrows now. These arrows change depending on the time frame chosen here. Yes. It's the difference between start of this time frame, so start of his employment with us in this case, given that this is set to all time, compared to now. No. This is what has already happened, and you can have this the other way too. I'll show you an example. So, no, it's not a tendency. The tendency is assessed by the staff, and you can see here it says potential to be a leading one central midfielder in the future. That's the assessment of the staff. Or if you want to have it in a star rating, his ability is way better than most of the senior team here. He's a leading player. In fact, I think he's also a team leader right now. At the age of 24, that's great. And his potential is a star player. So they don't know, but they think he's great. He also has good personality, fits with the majority of the squad, blah blah. Right? There's also some weaknesses here. Thanks for googling that. So, good stuff that I added the disclaimer. In Germany it feels weird, but I thought so. So, to go back to development, each player has potential, and it mainly depends on their experience on the pitch, as well as the training. That's a mouthful. But I guess the circumstances of the training and the circumstances of the experience on the pitch, in general, they influence the development. Oh, okay. I see. Well, in that case, he's a good choice, given that you're familiar with the name. So, for him, for example, at the age of 24, I expect him to develop a little bit, but say he will probably not turn to be very strong all of a sudden, or I don't know. He's 1 meter 64, typical Indonesian if you want to put it that way, because he's not that tall. So his jumping reach is a whole whopping 4 points. In between 1 and 20. In other words, I wouldn't want to rely on him on his jumping, and his jumping will not get much better no matter how hard we train it. He's just too small. He will not get decent jumping. Or, well, his jumping will be okay, but he will still be small, so the jumping reach will not improve that much. If that makes sense. There's other examples. Jorge Cesar, for example, our primary striker. As you can see, he's a bit taller and his jumping is rather decent. So, a slight difference there. But Jorge Cesar, for example, you can also see his dribbling declined a little bit. He's 31. He's at his peak, basically. And at some point he will start to decline. As a striker, maybe he has 1 or 2 years in him. Maybe 3. Thinking of people like Claudio Pizarro or something. There's all the strikers that still do very well. No, it's well, yes and no. This value can be set up. You will think I gotta be kidding you, but let me have a look if I can find it. Where's the colors? Cool. I will need to find this manually. But there's a menu for this. So, oh yeah, true. True. Look at that! You're a genius. So you can not only can you pick the colors, you can also pick the thresholds. So I tend to pick this depending on the league. And the league average I can guess from a report. I'll show you. So you can set this up by yourself, and this is why, well, this is one of the cases why Football Manager looks very different for different people. I went with this for now, but you might as well do between red and blue or something. Yeah, exactly. So this is just the way it is set up in this skin, and that's probably due to the fact that there's a bit of blue back here. Yeah, I could go with orange, but I would probably scream at the screen all the time watching orange stuff. So I've had enough of orange ever since we left here the Hogdals IK, which forced me to play with most screens like this. So there was always a bit of orange everywhere. And in that case, I wouldn't have wanted orange on the screen. Yeah, it would be. I can also show you, let's have a look. Squad planner, where's the comparison menu? There. They always shift the menus around with every installment, but as you can see, there are bars here. So say we're looking for goalkeepers, and we're looking for goalkeeper attributes. This is our goalkeepers in the first team, the blue bars, on average. So this is just the average. For each attribute, for each of our goalkeepers in the first team. So as you can see, our goalkeepers are rather bad. And the bars here in the middle, this is the average of the league. As far as we're aware. So you can see here that the handling of our goalkeepers is way better than the league average. But it's not maximum. There are other clubs that have a better average in handling. So keeping hold of the ball after, doing a save. And there's also other clubs that are better in agility, but that's not the major concern. Our major concern overall is kicking for goalkeepers and the one-on-ones. Where's reflexes? Reflexes are tolerable, actually. I wouldn't have guessed. From my perspective, reflexes are horrible with our goalkeepers. Yes, in a way. So let's have a look at Simon Owen, for example. I can determine it in a way. Well, no, because this changes all the time, right? The players develop, and my scouting knowledge is not perfect. I don't know about the other players' development. If I scout them, I do. So this is a guesstimate, as far as I'm aware, of my scouting team or information that was available prior to the start of the season or something. It might be more or less precise, but there's room for error in here. Also, keep in mind the attributes are not everything. The ones you saw right now, they are not everything there is to the players' performances. So let's go with kicking, for example. Kicking is 6.75 here, and the league average says 8.27. So this is about how well they kick the ball, but not the precision of the kick. It's just about the distance. The precision is, I think, in passing. So let's have a look at Simon Owen. Simon Owen's kicking is 7. That's not great, but it is marked as white here because the threshold for a yellow attribute is set to 10. On my behalf, I did that. So I set the thresholds for the attribute, for the attributes according to my own preferences, and it shows me more or less if this is a good attribute within this league or a bad one. If it's green, it's good. And that's about it. I do not necessarily know if it's league-specific very good, but there's some stuff that I know. For example, within the league, let's just go back to this. It should show, I never had a look at this actually, I just witnessed this. If we have a look at this, the physical attributes, and we look for jumping and strength. So our strength is absurdly bad in comparison to the league, but the league average for strength is 6.17. Everybody's in Indonesia seems to be really weak. The jumping, same. Everybody seems to be really small. Keep in mind, we have an average of 7.23, and we have very consciously signed a target forward with 14 points of jumping reach and 12 points of strength. We have Vayan Isha here, who is some sort of secondary striker, if we want to see it that way, who also has 14 points of jumping reach right now. And we have central defenders who have decent jumping reach. So for the average to be 7, the rest of them must be really shit at it. So, yeah. I do not have a specific comparison per attribute towards the league. But I do have a rough estimate of what's going on. That makes sense. And it's for me to determine which of these things count and which don't. So, for example, in this case, this is why I pulled it out, the comparison of the strength of the league and of the jumping reach of the league and of the ones that we just saw, of the players we just saw, I figured it out without even looking at the comparison screen once. I just saw it in the opposition and immediately reacted to it and picked players that way. Yes, and it's trying to simulate real life. So that's also a fun fact about Football Manager. The scouting company the scouting company that works for SI Interactive, so the ones that do this game, it's published by Sega. So the scouting team was part of Football Manager and got separated from them because the scouting network that is responsible for player scouting in Football Manager is the biggest in the world as far as I'm aware. So the weird story is they wanted to have a database for a computer game, and that needs to be well scouted. including the potential of the player, the current ability, and their specific attributes, as well as personalities. We didn't go into personalities yet, but also the way they behave on and off the pitch. So you gotta scout that. And to scout that really well, you gotta have a really good scouting, with a lot of people that do it in their free time and so on. So at some point, professional football clubs started to come up and wanted to buy the data. Because, well, that's kind of this useful. And the odd football club cannot afford a scouting network that is worldwide data. But if you are in the third league in Germany and in the Football Manager database that is available for free, in a way, you can find out about some random ass Indonesian player that would maybe come over to Germany, and his performances have been really great. He has good personality and blah blah blah. Well, then it's probably worth the money, right? So the scouting network got excluded from Football Manager, or from SI, and it still exists. And as far as I'm aware, it's the biggest scouting network in the world. I forgot about the name though. You can Google this. And some of the bigger clubs in the world obviously have their own scouting. There's a lot of different scouting networks. But the Football Manager related one is one of the biggest. Because they fucking need it. Otherwise their game's done. They cannot update the database. So they need it. And their scouting needs to be on point. There's also one other story. Miles, so that's the boss of Sports Interactive, at one point told a story about how precise the scouting is. So there's an article a few years old, and he says about 0.5 players they get them wrong. So seen from the other perspective, for about 99.5 players, they more or less know their potential. There's a random component in Football Manager that gets added on top to make it more interesting, I guess, and also because there's some randomness in real life too. But overall, they know more or less what the maximum potential of a player is. In some cases, they get them wrong, though. And as far as the story goes, it's kind of funny because his name has been within the German press these days. Harry Kane was one of those that they got wrong. That's the story. So Miles said they didn't expect Harry Kane to ever make it to Premier League level or to play on that level for a persistent time. And they asked him what made him train that hard and whatever. And the answer was he played Football Manager and he wasn't happy with his own representation in the game. So that's also kind of a funny fragment. And that stuff exists, obviously, because if you've got professional footballers, they're still kids, they still play games, and obviously they will play Football Manager. And if they are not happy with what the game says their potential is, maybe they will reconsider their training. So, yeah, I love it. But for most players, they got it right. Okay, so we're looking at training performances. Might as well tell you about that. So this is a short, I guess, a report by my assistant manager about the training. Let's have a look at the player in decline, just so you see one. This is Reva Adi Utama. He's 34 years old, and well, he was a fullback / wingback. But if we look at the attributes, he is with us. Well, he's with us since I am with the club, so I don't know about his history prior to that. But you can clearly see here on the right side, bottom right, his physical attributes are in fucking decline. He's going down. And given that his role is to run on the wing, in particular as a fullback defensively, that's really important to be able to outrun, the opponent's winger or whoever plays there. He doesn't make up for it with the rest. That said, his physicals decline and the rest improves. Why is that? Well, there's two ways to see this. If you want to go with the realism, he declines physically, but his experience translates to first to better mentals. The better mentals will stay, and also better technical skill, because his technicals do not stop to improve throughout time. His technical skills will decline at some point, but we're talking like 30 years, 8 years old or something. Depends a bit on the player, obviously. But at some point, the technique will go down too. The mental skills will improve. They will never decline, more or less, in aggregate. But once his mentals reach the threshold, I don't know, 18, 19, 20, at this level in the league and at his overall skill, the physicals will probably be 1 everywhere. He will not be able to run anymore. He'll just, creep over the pitch. So this is a normal development. There are roles, though, in Football Manager that do not need physical presence. Like the one of a playmaker, for example, does only need balance. Sure, he could use some of the other attributes, but for the rest of it, this seems fine, doesn't it? So this is exactly what we see in real life. You might know Andrea Pirlo. Pirlo doesn't play anymore, but a common story is Andrea Pirlo was a great player, and I don't know which club in Italy said they couldn't use him anymore, but he had some sort of late bloom in his career at the ages 37 to 40 or something. As a playmaker that could play pinpoint passes from behind his own midfield, and he wasn't involved much in anything else. Yes, they can. And it's part of my job to do that too. To give them an appropriate position, preferably for low money, and preferably for players that have good skills. I'll show you an example that is a bad choice, and I'll tell you why I did it anyway. So, in this case, for example, he announced that he will retire. If he had not, I would retrain him to be a deep lying playmaker. Because he has the attributes for a deep lying playmaker now. With the exception of the balance. But balance is something that will probably not decline that much in comparison to acceleration and pace. So if he trains it, he might stand a chance to keep his balance at 6 or something. The rest of it, though, it will go down. And his other attributes will go up. I'll show you the stuff with the staff in a second. There's also the in-game explanation for this. Basically, the experience points get reduced from the physical side, so there's free experience all of a sudden. And as long as he plays and as he trains, he will spend that experience on other attribute points. So there's a redistribution going on. And overall, he doesn't decline much. It's just the physical stuff that declines a lot. And then at some point, he will decline rapidly. So that's that. Utama is also a great example, because Utama's attributes on the pitch, as well as his personality, which is just a sample of hidden attributes that you cannot see, and the media handling, which influences these attributes too. That's all somewhat known to me. This is his staff attributes. And it says here he wants to be a scout. So as you can see, he has good adaptability. That probably has to do with the fact that he changed clubs a few times throughout his career. That influences this. And he has no knowledge whatsoever about judging a player's ability and potential. There's barely any. But he's willing to do both jobs at the same time. And this is why on his current contract, he's a player as well as a scout. So he's trying to get on the pitch as a player. We just use him as a backup anyway. And at the same time, he is sent out for scouting. And maybe he will make it to 3-3 or something here. He also has knowledge in a bunch of different countries. I think one of them is exclusive to him. Yes. Oh, that can't be improved. Bah, let me come up with something. There are skills that are very unlikely to be improved. I'll show you a combination if I can find one, okay? Let me have a look. I'll show you a situation where it's very unlikely that the skills get improved at some point. So let's get rid of all of this. We're specifically looking for... I don't care. We're specifically looking for somebody with a certain personality. That's not it. Where is it? Addition, here it is. We're looking for general personality and a Slack. It already says in the name. Alright, got an example. Hopefully we can see the attributes here. We know every attribute. Fantastic. So, this guy was with a League 2 club, and PSBL apparently signed him and he made 6 appearances for them. Since 24 until 2030, he basically made 6 appearances overall. So he has no experience whatsoever. In particular, I don't even know what league they play in none. So I don't know, they're out of the database. This guy is also, as a personality, he is a slack. So this implies he does not like to train, he has no ambition whatsoever. He is very unprofessional, most likely. He might not be that loyal, I'm not sure. Depends a little bit, there's calculators for this. He's level-headed, so he has some loyalty maybe. But overall, this screams I'm a bad personality. And we can see this at the same time in the attribute profile. So his agility is decent. And maybe the passing and the dribbling we can work with. Teamwork's fantastic. So he does exactly what's expected of him on the pitch, but he doesn't put much effort into it. And also, once he's off the pitch, he doesn't care. So, to assume that his attributes will improve, they can be improved, but it's highly unlikely that they will improve much. And I don't have his progression right now, but it's probably, flat or going down. So the first thing that needs to change about him is the personality. Now, I don't know if you know people in real life that are considered to be slacks or casuals or unprofessional, I don't know, people that don't put effort into their work. But if you know somebody, if somebody comes up right now at the top of your head, you can probably figure out by yourself why they don't make a good career. Or why they don't have a good career. And it's not impossible for them, but it's very unlikely. And it's the same in Football Manager. Also, to change a personality is highly unlikely too. Exactly, yes. And in some cases it's also just dumb bad luck. Like, forget about injuries for a second, but that's the obvious choice. Yeah. But there's also, like, I don't know, pick Imbiri. So, where's Bayou Imbiri? Here. This is Bayou Imbiri. Welcome to the Young Prospect Wonder Kid Zone. Bayou Imbiri's development, now that we spoke about it for half an hour, is probably screaming, sign this guy, keep him even to you. Now that you learned a bit about all of the attribute stuff, right? He develops all the time. And it's not even about that much playing time, or I don't know. He's good. Also, susceptibility to injury is below average, so he will not get injured that much. That's good. Preferably this should be low or very low, but there's only so much you can do. I cannot change this. I can just change it upwards, which is a bad thing, by grinding the player down all the time. He's a 17-year-old though, and his personality is spirited. That's a good personality. That implies some professionalism, some ambition, some determination, I think, some loyalty. He's not that bad in a personality. Also, I think resistant to pressure should show here too. Where is it? Well, apparently not. He has problems with the consistency, so it's not like he's a perfect player. But as a 17-year-old, there's only so much I can expect. He's also unflappable in media handling, so I guess he has resistance to pressure. The thing is, he plays in Indonesia. In the first league in Indonesia. And if we go to our club profile and go to maybe Indonesia, if I can find it. Here, the Indonesian League 1 is number 15 in the world, actually. That doesn't sound real. That must be number 15 in Asia, I think. Because South Korea is up here. So I guess this will be number 15 in Asia, not throughout the world. So it's not a very reputable competition. The player's average skill is not that high. By the way, this changes too, depending on how the clubs in the league do. But as you can see, the Indonesian League 1 is a bit stronger than the Chinese National First Division, and a bit weaker than the Syrian Premier League. So, yeah. Probably not comparable to European leagues, if you want to put it that way. Imbiri's stuck here. So Bayu Imbiri will not develop much because he doesn't get experience on a higher level. At some point, somebody needs to buy him and take him to the Premier League or something. And in the Premier League, this will be, I wouldn't say rubbish, but not good enough. So he needs to make it to, I don't know, a third league team in England or something. Or maybe a second league team in Germany, if he wants to progress. Obviously, we will keep him here. So, if we keep him here for another 5 years, his career is over. At least, according to the maximum he could have achieved. Assuming he can achieve that at all. But he sure as hell will not achieve it in Indonesia in the first league. Because he's stuck here and the experience is limited that he can get here. That makes sense. Also, I gotta switch on the light, give me a second. There we go. Oh, that took a while. So, yeah. But now you are about 5% ready to play Football Manager. And thanks for being interested in all of that stuff. It's, I think for me personally, I learned a lot of stuff from, so it's a model, all of it, right? And I do not tend to talk about the job on stream that much, so I will tend to be unspecific. But I learned a lot about different personalities and team management actually from Football Manager. And it's not like this translates perfectly to real life, for example, to software development teams or something. But to have a model at the back of your head, in case you realize a certain behavior, surely doesn't hurt. And also, a Football Manager teaches, for example, the stuff that role-playing games teach too. That it has to be the right combination of attributes and personalities to achieve certain things. You can have a squad of all very ambitious players, and then half the squad will leave at the end of the season because they are ambitious enough to go to a bigger club if they had a good time. Or you can have a club of everybody very loyal and not very ambitious and not very professional. They will stick around, no problem. Problem is they will not achieve much. So that might be a valid combination, though, if you don't have the money to buy all of these or to pay all of these ambitious players. So maybe it's better to just make some money on them, and that's fine. And that tells you something about philosophy of team management immediately. For real life, actually, because it's the same in real life or very similar. There's always opportunity, and there's always trade-offs. Alright, we are expected to get defeated. I agree with this. Wholeheartedly, we will get devastated. Sharon Nullet will not approve of me saying this, but we will get devastated. So, in case you watch this later on, Sharon Nullet, I thought about you. I should also probably put very special greetings to Mika Billion in case he ever watches this. He tends to watch the VODs. No problem. I'm happy to do this all the time. Seriously. This is what I like about Football Manager. It's not the football. I guess you figured it out by now. It's not about football to me. To me, it's about management. And I would wholeheartedly love it to go into the financials and the stuff too. And it's somewhat flat, but I guess I love asset management in general. I just happen to study computer sciences and not some sort of economic stuff. So, yeah, that's fine. But in the end, I'm interested in the management part. And maybe that's exactly the right amount of depth, but also shallowness to a degree in some situations. Here we go! This is good. Alright, let me show you another concept, if you're still interested. You can run away or tell me to stop though, in case you want me to stop. So, let me show you about mentoring. This also translates to real life. What? Food? That's like... I cannot comprehend. So obviously I will partake in this and grab some food too. No problem. No, well, alright. So, is this like, I will need to grab some food and I will be off? Or is this like, I need 5 minutes to grab some food? I'm fine with both. I just want to ask. Anyway, let's go towards mentoring. Let's have a look at this. So Kipto is part of the group together with Aline. Yeah, no big deal. Okay, so, yeah. Let's grab some food. I will not take 5 minutes though. I will just put something in the microwave and eat it right live on stream. As I always do, because this is what people come here for. But you're welcome to grab food and eat within your own time, and I will... let me just say thank you very much for keeping me company for this hour. I certainly enjoyed that. So thank you very much for that, and you're welcome to stick around on the entire evening, if that makes sense to you. Also, enjoy your food. See you on the other side, I guess. So I found food. And given that this is exactly what you're here for, I will eat live on stream. Thank you very much for keeping me company whilst I enjoy my food. Okay, mentoring stuff. So about the mentoring. Yeah. I think we can cut this short. So Kipto managed to run with the ball rarely now. I think he got this from Halim, actually. And this is, well, more or less the ball-winning midfielder central defender group. So that makes some sense. I do want Kipto not to run with the ball. He's bad at it. His dribblings too. To be fair, he made some decent dribbles recently, but that was freak accidents. So definitely not the usual occasion for him to do that kind of stuff. And he can have the rest of it too. He's rubbish at all of these things, so hopefully he develops some of it. And maybe, just maybe, he will be a good influence on Halim as well as Haryanto too. Because his personality is definitely better than theirs. That or, you know, it's a very rare occasion, but I think it should be better given that his spirit and they are balanced. That's another Tabuni. I was shocked. Shocked, I say. Alright, Owen's back. Owen is back. And apparently... Please tell me he didn't decline. He didn't? So... I guess we can play him next match. There's contract set to expired. Well... Interesting. He's wanted by somebody. That's not bad. So we need to go through these. That will take some time. And we need to determine their fates. That will take even more time. And I'm not sure if we want to do that. In some sort of rush. But I will probably get through this prior to going to the match. I feared as much. Let's have a look at squad dynamics. That's not too bad. So Kipto, Infantry, and Tabuni on top. So maybe Infantry can make it to a too highly influential level at some point. I don't know what Ari's doing up there. To be fair, he's hurt right now, so he might decline anyway. And we will need to wait and see that this group gets reduced over time. There's very important players in here. Jorge Cesar, Halim, well, Isha. Utama, Zico, and Infantry are debatable. Haryanto is very important to me. Karef is a young prospect that might get important at some point. These are all youngsters. So, if any of those wants to stand a chance in the first team, they should change their personality. Good to you too. I'm halfway done though. And it feels like nothing's enough after lifting for the first time in 1.5 years. It was baby weights, by the way. It's not like I did, you know, the beast thing. Absolutely ridiculous. So, Yeah, we need to determine the contract stuff. But I want to go through the rest first, because this doesn't take that forever. So the supporters seem to be happy with our performances more or less, with the exception of some entries. I guess that's expected. Did he improve his passing to 9 points? This is what happened. No, passing was 9 prior to his playing experience. Didn't improve much. Malik's recent performances haven't been great, that's true. Maybe we shouldn't have extended his loan. On the other hand, he's probably one of the better fullbacks that we have. And they are disappointed with the sale of Pranata. I do not agree. At least the board thinks we're untouchable. Due to club vision and culture, for whatever reason. What? Why is that? Oh. That has to do with the fact that we repaired the club's financial damage. Yeah, I guess we did something about that. That's true. And next season they will expect us to go to the Asian Champions League, you'll see. Can we mark this as unread somehow? No. Okay. So... First and foremost, Ade Rinaldi is a driven player that dives into tackles. This is a trait that I do not like on a central defender. I like it on a ball-winning midfielder though. Let's have a look. For a ball-winning midfielder, he has a whole whopping 1 point of teamwork and 5 points of anticipation. At the age of 20, I don't think that's gonna go anywhere. At least not where we need him. Personality is decent, evasive and reserved, it's probably why we signed him in the first place. He's out on loan, and they pay for him. Not only his wages, but also some monthly fee. I guess in aggregate it's a plus. That said, I'm willing to sell him. We don't need him. He's wanted by 13 clubs, so we might as well offer him for an unspecified amount of money right at the end. He's open to talking to other clubs. So let's see if somebody comes along and wants to make an offer. That. Or we extend his contract if there's interest in him. Yes. Unspecified means we basically send him a mail and say we would be willing to part with him. And let me just open that menu again. We did not transfer list him right now. I'm basically sending a mail to everybody and say we might be willing to part with him. What are you willing to offer? If we transfer list him, he goes on an official list and will stay there on that list as long as we don't take him off. So he will be visible for sale all the time. The thing is, once you transfer list a player, as you can probably imagine, hanging like a shield in the middle of the town square and saying I want to get rid of this player probably is no good for the player value. So you only do this if you really want to get rid of him. Preferably it's the other way around. Other clubs come to you and they're like, other clubs come to you and they're like, well, we want to have that player, we would be willing to offer 10k. And you're like, yeah, okay, make it 20. That's obviously the better way. But in his case, this will not happen. And as you can see, where is it? Here. There's a lot of interest by lower grade clubs. I guess this is lower grade clubs, more or less. Well, actually also first league clubs, apparently here. A lot of League 2 clubs. 2 League 1 clubs, actually, for some reason. He has a decent personality overall, to be fair. And they want to sign him at the end of the contract. So they do not want to pay money for him. So either we sell him now, or we give him a new contract and just loan him out again, to make some money on him. He brought money in this season, he might as well bring money in next season. Did he develop? Don't know. Let's have a look at the loan report. He Played a whopping 2 matches? Is that true? No, he made 11 appearances. Don't know what's going on with the form here. What the hell? Was he injured or something? Oh. Yeah. So he had a hip injury recently for the last 3 months, which is also concerning. But I do not see a marker here that says he's prone to injury. So assuming, for example, he would be prone to injury, which he isn't, apparently, we would try to sell him immediately. Get rid of the bad merchandise, basically. In this case, though, we're trying to offer him out, and if there's somebody coming in with money, that's okay. But we might also extend his contract as long as he gets paid ridiculously low wages, and just loan him out again. And let him develop somewhere else, and, well, if he gains some value, that's fine. If he hurts himself, that's fine too. The risk is hedged. It's a problem of the club that took him in on loan, not ours. So, in this case, decision has been delayed. Depends. It really depends. If he had a bad personality overall, I would sell him immediately. Because he will not be good enough for our first team, most likely. On the other hand, he's 20 years old, not 24. Anshori's case is different. He's out on loan. He's a defensive midfielder, so it already states here that he's 2-star material and we got a lot of better players here. That's not true though. Imbiri is not a defensive midfielder. And, well, Tabuni is a playmaker. This is another player profile. He's not a playmaker-ish type. At least I would argue he isn't. To me, he is more like a wrecking ball, and that's fine. Following a midfielder. Big problem with him, the unambitious personality. I don't like that. He's level-headed though, so I guess it could be worse. This implies that there's probably some professionalism in him. He wants to commit a future to the club, so this means he wants to sign a new contract. His current contract has an extension clause. So, what do we do? Well, as you can see, we paid for him going out on loan. We'll still pay him part of his wages. I don't like that. But we have the option. Either we extend his contract by a year for same conditions and just try to loan him out again, or we actually try to keep him at the club next season. So, given that we have 2 players that play in defensive midfield, a third wouldn't hurt. And he could also profit from some mentoring. He could develop some traits maybe, his personality could develop a little bit. He's at an age where he can still develop, but on the other hand, well, he might need to play. Let's put it that way. But he's good enough to play within our team from time to time, so no complaints about that. Once he returns, that would be an okay choice. And it certainly reduces the need to sign another defensive midfielder. So from that perspective, this is really cheap. Because we do not need to come up with a replacement in defensive midfield once infantry goes into retirement. So let him remain at the club as long as he doesn't expect a whole lot of wages. Out on loan though, I don't think he will. So we'll try to extend his contract. And we'll say we're interested. He's delighted, that's great. I hate to deal with agents. He's highly interested in staying put at PSIS. Yeah, I'm also highly interested. The thing is, the agent dislikes me anyway. So he wants to be paid between 300 and 450 per week. I think that's somewhat reasonable. I just don't want to do it. I hate parting with money that I do not have to part with. So he wants to provide competition for places and earn plenty of playing time over the course of the season. So that's squad player level, I guess. But I think I will contest the wages first and foremost, not the playing time. So I will contest this. Okay. They are not willing to reduce the wage demands at this point. Alright. Okay. So let's offer a new contract and see. So it says he wants to be squad player. He's very interested, we know that. Incredibly interested, it says here. So let's reduce this. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for being interested and for joining. And I will definitely play Dicky. So Dicky will probably progress. He's one of the leaders of the squad, so you made a good choice. Have a nice evening, and hopefully we will see each other soon. Okay, I will still go on with this though. So he's incredibly interested in negotiating terms. All right. From the perspective of our club, he's a breakthrough prospect. I agree with this. Let's try it. Now he has doubts about negotiating terms, but doesn't matter. He agrees with this. There's no other club interested, so maybe he will reduce his demands. Well, that's a lot of money. Okay. So, given that we have an extension clause, we do not have to do this. This is basically offering him money for nothing. So I don't think this will happen. That said, why not try to offer him way less? He will probably disagree with this. Most likely he will. And will extend his contract by a year. But that doesn't work. So we'll walk away from this. And instead, well, there's nobody interested in him. So we might as well delay this. Because he's got the clause. So in case anyone else comes to sign him, we just trigger the clause and he'll stay with the club. So much for that. And then there's Sultan Siko. So, yeah. Delay decision here, delay decision here. Siko, on the other hand, it says to offer a contract here, and I'm not sure if I wanna. He has traits that are okay, from my perspective. As a 28-year-old, he will not develop much. His performances have been totally fine without this season, prior to being hurt. He is very susceptible to injury, just returned from long-term injury. No recurring injuries just yet, none that we know of anyway. But his high susceptibility to injury doesn't exactly encourage me to re-sign him. Also, he's expensive for a squad player. If we look at the whole squad for a second and the contract demands. Where is it? Wage. 500 is in the top 10. So, for a squad player, that's a bit much, for my taste. Obviously, Abdullah's wage is even worse. But, so he would need to reduce his wage a little bit, I think. I'm not sure if he will. But, no, he probably, well, he probably won't. That's the same agent. Fuck me. There's also a 1-year contract extension after 15 league games, and he is sitting at 14. So if he plays yet another time, his contract gets extended anyway, for the exact same conditions. Which is somewhat okay. And this is very performance-based. So let's offer a contract here. I'm okay with squad player, more or less. But let's go with fringe instead. We'll still be fine, that's okay. Now he wants money. So the good part about this is he earns 500 now. So we can probably get this down to 450 or something. So we can reduce the base wage and get rid of that clause. Not this one though. Do we want him for another season? That's the thing. I'm not sure. Not like we have anyone else. On the other hand, we can probably get someone else. One year is definitely enough. Okay. No, that guy wasn't that annoyed. Also, coming back to the performance-based stuff. Where is it? Probably under bonuses, right? So, let's give him a goal bonus and an assist bonus too. So, he definitely wants the wage. Okay. I do not want to pay him the wage. Because the wage is something that we will pay if he gets injured or not. Doesn't matter. So I'd rather have this on 425, reduce this a little bit, give him an additional bonus for an appearance. That's a big bonus for an appearance. Let's not do this. Let's give him 150 per assist and per goal. As long as he scores, / provides assists, he can have money, sure. It's not close enough, he says. Well, okay, let's go towards 450. We'll keep this at 150 and this at 100. And we will also put in season and landmark goal bonus. If he scores 10 goals, he can have an additional 2k. Why not? Zico scoring 10 goals though, as an inverted winger, that would be basically what we what we expect of an inverted winger. And let's give him an assist bonus too. Say after 15 assists. If he provides 15 assists, he probably has done his job well. So let's do that. I will not provide him with a high base wage though. And apparently this is not good enough, so fuck off. Staff that expires. Alright. Going through all of the things. First of all, there's the assistant manager, Utomo. So, he's not great. But he does technical defending training, I guess. Where is it? Training, coaches. He does technical defending training as expected. And, well, as a coach, he doesn't hurt. As an assistant manager, not so much. So let's have a look at stuff, and let's look for an assistant manager. If there are any. Yeah, I thought so. So, the rest of the assistant managers available in this game to us right now are absolute trash. Coaches, on the other hand, with skills of an assistant manager, maybe. There's 4. And to be fair, some of them seem decent. He's spirited, that's not bad. That's decent training skills too. This is a decent choice. He's 50 years old though. Rinaldi is 38, so at the end of his career, it seems. He has decent training skills overall. It's not fantastic, but I think there's something to him. People management as well as judging player ability and potential could do with some improvement. I would prefer to have him as a coach. He is a manager right now for 150 per week. So Let's compare him. Because apparently the assistant manager might need a replacement. Or not. So as an assistant manager, he's worse. People management by Utomo is great. I don't know why and what this implies, but yeah, I guess it makes sense to have somebody as an assistant manager that's good with people. Training skills aren't great either. He would be slightly better coach for, what is this, possession tactical. So maybe he got excited too early. I think we'll extend the contract of Utomo by at least another year. And for 200 per week, there's nothing wrong about that, I think. He wants 250 now. So let's offer him 180 instead. Doesn't like that. Let's go with 190. We will agree to 200 anyway, won't we? Yes, we will. For another year, that's alright. Konyamana's a chief scout. There's barely any reasonable scouts in Indonesia whatsoever, so at 150, I think we can agree upon that this is fine, so let's start with 130. Now he can have his old contract for another year. Perfect. He's a fitness coach, and there's no fitness coaches whatsoever around here. His fitness coaching of 9 is as high as it gets. At least in this environment. So I think we will stay here with exactly this. Okay. So we offer him a contract for 200, as he's used to. Seems fine. Dedi Salam. Goalkeeping coach. Can we find a goalkeeping coach with better goalkeeping coaching that works for 200 euros a week? Let's see. Goalkeeping coaches, though, are notoriously hard to come by, aren't they? Yeah, there's 0 people found. So forget about that. We will extend his contract. You, sir, need to take this deal. Thank you very much. We should probably also try to include a clause here. They don't care, do they? Because we will not get relegated. Can't happen anymore. Alright, there's another coach. Sonny Tusalamoni. Tuasalamoni. I was wrong about that. What's his job in the club? Coach is Tuasalamoni. Where is he? Here. He's doing the technical possession training. He might also... An 8 and a 7. Might also do technical attacking. That's done by Utomo though, who is better at it. So I guess that makes sense here. Sonny Tuasalamoni is not a bad choice, I think. We'll have a hard time coming up with a better coach for that amount of money. He wants 210. So if we want to keep him at 170, we got to start with 150 or something. Perfect. So he can have that. Next. Who's next? Let's not forget about this wonderful clause that nobody cares about right now. I just want this included in case we extend one of the contracts and then we have it set as a baseline. I'm not even sure if it matters. Nur Hadi is a recruitment analyst. This is a case where I don't know what he's doing. I guess analysts have a job. What's the job of a recruitment analyst in Football Manager anyway? I think I looked it up for like 10 times now. When you scout and analyze players, the recruitment analyst has input there, Reddit says. You can see it in the overall scouting report. They analyze the player's best performing role. Okay. So basically they make sure that the player is a good fit for the remainder of the team. Yeah, so the analyst basically uses the scouting report, if I understand it correctly. So from that perspective, he is not a bad idea to keep around. Let's see if we can find a recruitment analyst that's better though. I'll clear all of that. We want a recruitment analyst. Can we find one? There's a ton of recruitment analysts apparently. Now we gotta find one with 6 and 7, I think, in the attributes. So that's a scouting role. There's 0 people left that have that skill. So he's the best that we can find in Indonesia for now. He wants 180. He can have 130. And he will sign for the same wage again. So that's good. Also, let's not forget to give him this pretty clause. We cannot sign stuff for more than 1 year. Kinda weird. There's a physiotherapy 8. We pay him 130. That's basically a steal. Let's see though. There's anyone here with reasonable physiotherapy? I don't think there will be. There we go. Well, there's people with more than 5, but we need 8. There's none with 8. So that settles the affair. He's a decent physio and we keep him. Wants 130, so let's offer him 100. Bit low, okay. You can have your 130, man. Alright. Good for you. Slamet Effendi. It's fairly professional. Under 18's manager, 400 per week. That's a lot for not being able to train anyone there. So let's have a look into under 18's training, I guess. Training coaches. What's he doing down there, Effendi? nothing that has any use, that's for sure. He has a good personality and he's only 32 years old though. So, for that amount of money, he wouldn't need to be sent on a coaching course again. I think we need another manager for the under 18s. I don't like this. That seems like reasonable coaching attributes at least. That also seems like very reasonable overall attributes. And he's a manager that's free to be signed. His wage will be outlandish. So I'm willing to part with the professionalism if we can get this guy more or less anywhere. He would also make a fantastic assistant manager in comparison to our current one. He wants a slight increase in wage in comparison to what we have right now. Of 2k per week. Yeah, fuck off. Not gonna happen. So, given that that's a no-go, I guess he's better. That's also more or less a no-brainer. He is way better as a manager and he's also way better as a coach. I think at least. Yeah. I mean, it's different categories in training. But his people management is way better. And he would need to do defending coaching. Otherwise, that's not bad. He's Indonesian, isn't he? Doesn't even say. Yeah, he has scouting knowledge in Indonesia. So, would we use him as a manager? Sure. He doesn't even want much money. Let's compare him to Effendi again. But he's way cheaper than Effendi and he's better. The only problem is the personality. I don't see much of a reason not to sign Ate Owen. So Slamet Effendi can go. And we will sign him. For cheap preferably. Given that his current wage is 150, let's get rid of this clause, start with 160. Can we do this at the end of the season? Obviously not. He wants more money. 170, no clause. Very close. Alright, we'll just reiterate on that. That's perfect. So that saves us over 200 euros per week, 230 per week for a whole year at better skill level. That's 11,960 euros saved. And we offer 2k in compensation. And we will need to pay another 2 months in wages for the other guy that gets fired. So that's 400 times 4.3 times 2. So 3k plus 2k. So that's still a net win of about 5k. 5,000 euros apparently that we saved. And we have somebody with better skill if he comes over. Also, let's put this one in. He does not care. Fantastic. And there's no clause that lets him leave. Could be better, could be worse. We might also look at this guy, for example, compare him. I know we just offered a contract, but who would I be not to continue comparing, right? So as a manager, he would be even better. As a coach, not sure. Oh no, forget about it. So Owen is the way better manager. The other one's the better coach. So yeah, so much about that. And I think we will go with the managing skills. That's okay. Where were we? Here. So we will delay the decision here. Doesn't matter. The under 21s manager is similar. Siahan. That attribute profile is lackluster for a manager as well as a coach. Under 21s coach is not that important anyway. And if I look at the coaching here, well, the under 21s manager is actually an important coaching position. If he were to be around at all. What the fuck's going on here? Oh, sure. Gotta look into their training, right? Coaches. Here it is. So this is the under 21s manager. Yeah, he's basically helping out with the workload because there's nothing to be done for him specifically. And his best coaching category is 1.5 stars. So he's rubbish as a coach. And as a manager, he doesn't work well either. Not sure why we have him around. Definitely not worth 400 euros per week. His contract runs until the end of August. Oh man, I miscalculated. No, never mind. It runs for 2 months. So I got it right. Let's have a look at it. Can we find a better manager than him? Well, for the under 21s this time, I guess. So we go with mental attributes for managing skill. Big manager and at least 5 points. And all of a sudden, there's not much left. He's unambitious. That's not a profile that I like. Also, no coaching attributes whatsoever. So what about him? Fickle. That's not great either. And then there's Omar Edwards. We just talked about him. So I guess we need to reduce the attribute requirements a little bit. Maybe we'll find somebody with a hole in the profile, but otherwise okay. He's fairly ambitious and his attributes are shit. At least he can do attacking coaching. I wouldn't want to rely on anything else. But at least he can do tactical attacking. It's not perfect. That might be enough for 2 stars though. So as a manager, I don't know. How much, man? Yeah, fuck off. No way. He's shit. He's fickle and he's shit. Got another idea. Let's get rid of this. Let's go with any role. Is there anyone else? There's a coach. That's better. So he's not a good manager, but we could misuse a coach into being a manager in the future if he wants to sign for, say, 200 euros a week. Let's compare him to the other guy first. That was Sihan is our current manager. Yeah. So this is a no-brainer, isn't it? He might not be perfect as a manager in particular, but as a coach he's definitely more talented. And we want him to do coaching first and foremost. The management is something that comes afterwards. So let's do that. Let's offer him a contract that is worth less than 400. Well, he'll be under 21's manager, but that's okay. The amount of money is fine. So let him be under 21's manager. We'll offer 150. We'll probably get him to sign this for 150. Yeah. He wants the job. He earns 170 right now. This is a steal. Perfect. If he comes over. If he doesn't, well, then he doesn't. So, delay decision here too. And then there's Fabri Ardiono, who's a fairly professional performance analyst. For a performance analyst, he's rubbish. 2 in the 3. So I could do with some improvement here. I would even be willing to pay more than 100 euros. Because I just want somebody that has some skill at least. I know, it's unlike me, but let's go with performance analyst for a second. Where's that? This is probably scouting. No. It's coaching. Okay, we want somebody with 5 points in each. There's nobody available with that. He, as a manager, might be a decent performance analyst. Don't want to hire somebody that's a manager. Free, there's a lot. So, what was that? Analyzing data and tactical knowledge, okay. So, what's this? Well, there's nobody with 4-4, it seems. So if one of them has a really great personality for some reason, or, I don't know, foreign country knowledge or something, then maybe I would go with a switch. Mercenary, you won't be the one. He's professional, that's not bad. He's a 3 and a 3, the other one has got 2 free, so... That's ours, right? Yeah. This is so low grade. But he's the better one for now. So that's Ramat. He also wants money. So that's not a case that I can afford or want to afford. He's got low determination. Hidayatullah, low determination too. Yet another mercenary. Prabowo, fairly ambitious, free. I don't think so. He will be too expensive. He's lighthearted. That's not bad. Not great either, and this is too much money. I think that's the one we just had a look at. He's unambitious. Ramdani. Balanced 3-4. I guess why not? 300. Go away. Ah yeah. Fairly pro, free. They all want money because they know that their skills are needed. Santosa spirited. For some reason. How about no? Then there's Vichaya, who is also considered to be a manager, and we don't need a manager anymore, so thank you very much. I guess we renegotiate with our Diono. He's fairly pro after all. Outspoken and level-headed too. Problem is, I don't know if we can teach him to have better tactical knowledge or something. Maybe with a secondary job as a scout. Am I willing to risk this? Does secondary job count towards staffing numbers? Hopefully not. So we're trying to offer him this. Yeah, and if he accepts it, I'm totally fine with it. What's he earning right now? 110. So let's start with 110. Oh, he would be willing to do some scouting too. Not bad. So, sure. Okay. If he does some scouting too, I'm willing to increase the wage by 10 euros a week, yes. I'm okay with this. And also, this stuff probably will not hurt. Exactly. So now he would do some additional scouting on the side. He's shit at it, but at least that should give him some tactical knowledge and, you know, the attributes might improve a little bit. So maybe that helps. If it doesn't, well, then it doesn't. Youth contracts that expire. I wanted to go into the match. Anyone still remembers that? Obviously not. Oh. Oh. Amiruddin. He's out on loan. There's no extension to his contract. He's fairly pro. I don't like the trade. But I guess his development has not been great. It's not really shitty either, is it? Attributes are all over the place. On the other hand, being out on loan apparently helped him. 6.45 rating, yeah, that's shit. They do pay for him. So if he gets rid of the trade, which would be great, then he would be okay. Otherwise, I would argue his current contract is not that horrible. So do we resign him for monetary reasons? He's out on loan right now. We might as well discuss a new contract with the agent. He's extremely keen to stay. Between 160 and 220, is this an appropriate wage for a player of this kind? I don't know. Okay. So let's offer a contract. Future prospect. Sure. So hopes are we can get rid of this wage later on by loaning him out again. So the thing is, we can work with performance fees here. We don't pay those if he's out on loan. We cannot live with the wage here. I don't like this. So let's offer 120. The agent fee goes down alongside it. Let's put this down to 200. And let's give him performance fees. An assist bonus of 75 euros, because why not? No yearly wage raise. I don't care. You will not have that. An optional extension by the club. Where's the assist bonus? Oh, it's in there. So let's give him a goal bonus too. That's definitely more money than he deserves, and if he makes it to the pitch and to the squad, he might as well get paid. That's ways away, obviously, so let's say we do a 5% increase. Why not? From 120 to maybe 140. 275 each. put this. I don't think it's a big problem with him to have him with us for another 2 years. He's not susceptible to injury apparently. He has no big injury history either. So let's get this done, will we? For a 2-year deal? With a 1-year extension, maybe? Okay. He absolutely wants the money. So... oh, we can offer money to the agent. The very best deal for the client and himself. So let's offer some money to the agent instead. And let's still include that extension clause. And we'll fire some money towards the agent's direction. Maybe that helps. Also, let's increase these clauses to 100 each. It's for each assist on each goal. I don't know. It might help with the development anyway. Need to make some progress, he says. The wage didn't budge, did it? The wage didn't budge. So he's fine with 150 all of a sudden. He just wants another contract length. Okay, let's make it a 1-year contract with a clause instead. But no. Let's make it 2 years. We'll keep it like this. Let's put in the optional extension, and now we fire money at him. Because apparently he's convinced by money, at least the agent is. So, say we offer him appearance fees. And also performance fee. A little bit. Also, let's put a goal bonus in there for 5 goals. We will pay you another 500 euros. Why not? Hopefully that does only count within our own league. League goals, yeah. Let's make it 10. Just to be sure. That's highly unlikely to happen. And if it happens out on loan, it probably means that he develops a lot. I'm not sure if these count out on loan, to be honest. Yes. So, we're still overpaying. On the other hand, this development seems reasonable. Morale is really good. He's delighted with his loan. And as I said, they pay for him. Playing as an attacking midfielder. His average rating is shit though. What happened here? Oh yeah. No advice on the player's progression this time. Well, he does develop though. It looks like. They feel the arrangement was very disappointing. Well, so they will probably not take him in another time. On the other hand, if he gets a little bit more pace, he just needs some finishing then. Alright, let's see. How about removing the yearly wage raise? That's probably not a thing for you, okay? How about a 2-year extension? That's probably not a thing either. How about a relegation wage drop of, say, 5%? That's okay for you. Do you go all the way to 50 with this? Because you do not think we will get relegated? That might be an error. Okay, 30% it is. Alright, I can live with that. So, what else? Do you absolutely need that loyalty bonus? Apparently not. Would you need one at all? That's the question. Apparently, yes. Okay. So 160 is... Okay, he needs 140. Alright. Yes, I'm haggling about 10 euros. This is worth my time. Virtual money. Try to reduce the agent fee too. I will probably do this later with more unused substitute fee. That's something that you really don't need, right? Apparently he needs 20 euros per unused substitute. I guess that's okay. I cannot change the base wage. That will not happen. Appearance fees? Wants the 70. He will probably insist on some of the performance fees. All of this. Let's reduce this a little bit. He might just disregard these anyway. No, he doesn't. Okay, so at some point he's interested in the performance fees. And they were the reason why he signed this contract at all. Yeah, okay. So both of these fees are at a minimum right now. We could still try to get rid of these bonuses overall. Yeah, he doesn't care. Not about these anyway. Right. So is this a good contract? Not sure. Obviously the agent does not need to get paid. I don't know what the very best deal for himself is in this situation, but it's not this. He will hate me so much. Or it just doesn't matter to him because he has enough money from other deals as an agent for football players. So that reduces the wage budget cost to 200 per week. It's not fantastic. We pay a lot of money for this guy. I still think though, assuming even more of his potential shows up, given that he's a fairly professional player, so assuming he makes it to, say, at least second league level, we can probably resell him in some way. So I'm okay with giving him a long-term contract. I don't like the trade. As long as he has this trade, he will not be a good addition to a squad. What about him? Iskandar Hanafi, he has low determination, which is bad. He's level-headed though. So this says nothing about professionalism. His attributes as a winger aren't great. His attributes as an inverted winger aren't much better. He's out on loan right now. Currently they pay for him. Not sure why. He has no potential. And, well, his ratings have been great though. So, do we want to get rid of him for money, maybe? Let's offer him to clubs. And then there's Susanto, with no potential apparently. He's not tall enough for a central defender. He's 19 years old. Heading is okay though. I wouldn't say he's impossible to include in a squad, but with that strength at the age of 19. Also, he's too slow for this league. So, yeah, let's try to get rid of him too. And then we got through all of the contract stuff for now. Okay. They do not want to offer for the players that we just offered. Oh yeah, sure. We got a football match coming up. That's not even that bad. So, well, some of them might get hurt, but we might play them again. Or we try to rotate a little bit at least. So Malik plays for Abdullah. Well, that's not needed though. We can do it anyway. Owen comes on. That's not bad. Vaham makes it to the bench and Karev stays home. Is there any one of those? Is any one of those here really important to the squad? Yes, Sukipto. He's under heavy match load though for some reason, even though he sat out the last match. What the hell's going on here? Really? Okay. So get rid of Solistio so Kipto makes an appearance on the bench, I guess. Surmantry would be available. Iskander and Coffee. What's a good approach? Oh, this guy's a little bit hurt. What a pity. Oh, the central defenders. Decent jumping, decent strength, not that fast. He might have a bit of a problem with the jumping, not sure. Good defense overall though. So obviously we could go with pace. But if I waste anyone, it's hopefully not Imbiri. I don't know, this is an important game, but on the other hand, it's not an important game because it's just a league. I don't want anyone to get injured. This is not the occasion to play the youngsters though. I kind of feel forced into it, but I don't want to do it. Yeah. Well, you've been shitty. Zico's around. We will bring Zico on the bench, I guess. How's Moody? Heavy load. Zico is so unsharp. Okay. First and foremost, we'll take all of these, put them to the under 21s, and I will have a look at them later. Okay, tactical meeting. We'll go with the heavy match load and all. Hopefully nobody gets injured. So, what's your position? We go shorter passing, slightly higher tempo, fairly wide, blah blah. That's not bad. We'll see if we can find a specific weakness. Rolling it out. Is this a thing for Owen? His kicking is 7, his throwing is 8. I actually think he should do long throws instead. He will not make it to the target man, but that doesn't matter much. Yeah, and how's his decision making? It's 8. It's not great. Vision is 5. I don't know. Maybe long throws will help a little bit. Lower defensive line mid block is just the standard way we do this. And stop and crosses because, well, these do not help in the middle. So stop and crosses is the better way for them. So we know that he's dangerous. We also know he's a lone striker. We know his bravery is absurdly bad. He tries killer balls. I do not, well, tight marking probably not. All the instructions is usually a good thing to do with this sort of striker. In this case though, let's go with hard tackling. I know the dribbling, but I still think hard tackling might be a thing. So yeah, dribbling's decent. Good off the ball movement. Good acceleration, pace, passing is okay. It's a dangerous guy. he might not be that great from a physical point of view, particularly the strength and the jumping reach. But overall, closing him down is probably the best we can do. Don't like it. He has a weak left foot though. So maybe that helps a little bit. It would show him to the outside, which is actually not that bad. His crossing's also lackluster. This guy's right-footed too. In his case though, that's the correct wing. And he will have no problem whatsoever with Arianto. I do not know who to put there either way though, or as a replacement. Utama is not better in this situation. He is okay with dribbling, crossing is lackluster, passing's bad. So maybe we can show him to the inside. That would be to the left. And his long shots are shit. His passing isn't great, his vision isn't that fantastic, composure is a bit low. Wouldn't want to tackle him hard. It's also something about this guy. Dribbling 12 and that much bravery. Go easy with the tackles. He will just fall. Fibri. That dribbling is not good, the bravery is not good, and the strength is not good. So, from that perspective, this is a no-brainer. Right-footed, central midfield that looks like a box-to-box or something. I don't know. Might also be a deep-lying playmaker, who knows. Passing and vision certainly are good enough to be playmaker-ish, to a degree. Off-the-ball movement is decent though, so tight marking probably not a thing for him. Abidin's off-the-ball movement is good too, passing and vision are worse than the other ones. He belongs to the wing, apparently. Yeah, not sure what to do about him. Gets forward whenever possible, tries killer balls, likes the lob keeper, knocks the ball past the opponent. This is all dangerous to possess. This is an attacking player. His passing and vision aren't that great though. Also, knocking the ball past the opponent is a risk. He tried to possess in defense. He's not in defense, he's in midfield. Still, we might recover the ball from him from time to time. So I guess triggering the press on him isn't the worst idea. What's it saying here? Yeah, it's the same. So it says triggering the press once he gets to the ball because he has traits that are risky, I guess. Putra knocks the ball past the opponent too. That's no good. Likes the ball played into the feet. Yeah, he's not a good jumper. And he moves to the moves it to the right foot before dribbling. So we show him to the left, given this trait. And knocking the ball past the opponent, yeah, he's got the pace. But we can also trigger the press on him. He's brave and strong though. 17 points of leadership. Hell, this is not bad. So Prianto, bad dribbling, runs with ball rarely, no through balls. So he's a patient passer, more or less. I do not expect him to contribute much to build-up play other than passing the ball around, so I guess we do not mark him tightly and play through him. This is more dangerous. I just don't want to close down central defender. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. In particular in this match. So we will most likely leave him open, and that will be a problem too. He has the worst of the ball movement, so he would be the case for the tight mark. I mean, we could set a striker up for him. So, say Raditya is a bad dribbler. His bravery is a bit low. So we confront him with Roger Caesar. Where is he? That should, in theory, also keep Roger Caesar closer to him. And given Roger Caesar's dominance physically, that's probably a good idea. Because Ahmad will cover for Isha in this case, which he might just do. But Raditya might lose the odd duel. And then there's Chardell. Well, passing is good. He knocks the ball past the opponent and moves the ball to the right, so I guess we will show him to the left and trigger the press on him. Because that might be dangerous. Overall, his crosses are not that impressive. His passing is 9 points is good for a defender, I think. It's not a bad player. Knocking the ball past the opponent, though. That might backfire, and this is what we're hoping for. Let's have a look at the keeper, too. Yeah, what's using weaker foot? Okay. Overall stats are... I don't want to say very good, but this is very good. We'll have a hard time. Also shows in the average rating. Okay. Team selection, yeah, we'll go with that. So, I guess short break and then we'll do the match. BRB. Alright, let's do the match. So, this is somewhat of an important one. If we want them to, well, if we want to close that gap at all. Yeah. Arianto, Ranjit had better had a good reason for picking him. The reason is the replacement is even worse. To be fair, we would probably be able to pick somebody else, like a youngster. That will do absurdly bad, but who cares? Last performance was good. I don't like this statement though. Focused, composed and so on. This is an away game. It is a rivalry. We'll go with revenge, won't we? We lost the last time. Okay. And with everyone else, I think with everyone, we go with cautious encouragement. I don't want to overly impose on them. First cautious. These gestures do not say cautious at all to me. I just don't... What's cautious about this? This is the Merkel. I don't know. Doesn't make sense. What are you doing to ensure the team picks up where you left off? I encourage them, and then we hope for the best. Sure, it's all about momentum. I argued last time that momentum doesn't exist in Football Manager, as far as I'm aware. Not only in Football Manager, in football in general. How important will it be to score first here? Sure. Strong start would be great. Have you found a recent schedule tough going? Yes. Okay, coming out as a stronger team will not be a thing. We do not play much of the reserves here. All of these players are under heavy match load. Somebody's prone to get injured. Hopefully it's not an important player. Or hopefully nobody gets injured. That would be great. I have doubts about that though. We should also have a look at this immediately. No, this is still on comprehensive highlights, this is fine. There's always the risk that this changes if you watch some of your own goals. And I did watch off stream some of the replays to determine future approach. And also, to be frank, to remember about the last episodes, because I had to do commentary on them for the YouTube videos. Moody takes the free kick. Arianto and Francisco is still injured. You know what? So he plays. What's the problem with him? What's he got anyway? Bruised ribs from lifting weights. How do you get that? I guess he dropped some weights on his ribs. Otherwise, I cannot imagine what happens. So, what's his bravery? It's 10. We'll do it anyway. He might not react positively, being hurt and all. If we hit him to the chest. Or something along the lines. Arianto with a lob. That's not offside, is it? Moody skips twice past his marker. Isha loses the ball. Oh, come on. Chardell. Fullbacks push up a lot. We do win the ball from them though. I'm not sure who it was. For the Ansia, that's a bad cross though. Hits the crossbar still. Was that bad? I should have a look at who was the one that lost the ball. Might have been one of the guys that knocks the ball past the opponent. Oh come on, Jorge Cesar. He could have kept that ball. Okay. That's a waste. It's a corner for them though. I forgot to do the free kick takers. I should do the free kick takers after this match. Serputra, Halim. Please don't let him shoot. Please don't let him cross either. It's not too bad. Don't let him shoot. Doesn't look like it. Close him down, close him down, close him down. It's too late. That works. Jorge Cesar, and that's just cleared. Well, overall, good defensive performance so far for the first 10 minutes. I'm somewhat happy with this. Arianto's throw in finds Isha. Isha's pass towards infantry. Tabuni. Tabuni's ball is not horrible, but not good either. That's intercepted by Malik. Moody. Isha does not win the header. Moody, what will you do? Cuts inside and... Blah! Not bad. Oh, good effort. Didn't expect that one. I expected him to fail with his long shots, but it wasn't a bad choice. How about you leave your marker? Fapri is closed down. Chardell. Well done, Harianto. They left him alone with this one. Ferdiancia. Tabuni. And Harianto again. Harianto's long ball towards Jorge Cesar. That's not a success. Well, overall it worked. Tabuni. And some patient passing. I do not like Haryanto's long balls though. Infantry, Tabuni again. Kill a ball, I guess, towards Isha. Oh, what a wonderful pass by Isha. And Jorge Cesar's just there to, fuck. Offside. Huh. Is it though? Hey, yeah, okay. By a landslide. Still, it was a wonderful pass. I will rest that point. Sad story that it's offside there. We could have used that goal. Everybody seems to be excited, and so far we're well in control of the game. Halim, Haryanto. That will probably go towards Arianto. Nope. Jorge Cesar again. Ah, oh, well intercepted by Fredianza. Tabuni. Arianto. Jorge Cesar wins the header this time, so... he just didn't find a player. Rafael. Let's have a look at the rules, by the way. So it's a deep lying forward. Good that we don't follow him around. We just hit him hard. A winger and an inverted winger. Both are shown to their weaker feet, so that's okay. Box-to-box midfielder and central midfielder. We did go after them according to their specific traits. That's also true for Siaputra. And also for Raditya. I think that's the one that's tight marked by... Is he tight marked? Yeah, we told him to mark that guy tightly. There might also be an opportunity, for example, for Isha to be annoying, but he does not seem like he's very receptive to violence. Maybe someone else. How's Isha's tackling anyway? It's really bad. He's somewhat strong though. Putra. That's the one we just had a look at, right? Yeah, so this would be his position. The alternative is Ahmad, obviously. And I think it's better to give Isha some flexibility in defending. Probably. Vayudi. Halim. Moody on the wing. That's not bad. Jorge Cesar again. Isha. Don't lose the ball. Moody. Infantry. I do not see much of the high tempo, to be honest. Could be a bit higher and they wouldn't stand a chance. Thing is, we would probably not be able to play the passes that way. With an even higher tempo. Arianto. Tabuni, Isha. Tabuni again. That will be a long ball, won't it? Arianto. Arianto. Tabuni. Arianto. Arianto plays the long ball towards Jorge Cesar. Deflects towards infantry. There's a lot of space out there. And this is probably offside, is it? Yes, it is. Yet another offside goal. The wings seem to have some space there. So maybe going through the middle is not a good idea. It certainly looked that way. So who's the weaker of the two? Defensively. The side of Jardel is somewhat a problem for Ahmad. The other side, well, Jardel is fast enough to cope with Verdiancia, more or less. So that's probably not a good idea. I think going straight towards Ahmad though is. So how do we do that? We would need to switch the roles. We would need an inverted winger here. On the other hand, we pair the striker with him anyway. So I don't want Isha to run around with their central defender all the time though. But it looks like there's a gap here that can be exploited if it goes on like this. So maybe we can use Imbiri later on if they do not substitute him. I do not want to bring Imbiri after 24 minutes. Putra. That's their first attempt on goal, I think. Well, yeah, somewhat. Low grade chance though. Putra again, yet another lob. Arianto's not one for the headers, so that was a mismatch. I guess that counts as being lucky, but well, not like this was a wonderful chance. That kick though, I don't know why he did that. Arianto wins the header. That's really dangerous. Really, really dangerous, and it's saved by Owen in his debut after injury. That was the best chance of the entire game. What's going on here? Currently, I cannot encourage them right now. Putra, Alim. Come on, Arianto, close him down. Close him down! Don't let him cross. Okay. Okay. No changes in the rules, as it seems. They now had more chances and the better chances. Putra again. The amount of free kicks. We committed 9 fouls. Might have to do with the hard tackling. Owen doesn't claim that one. So it's another corner. We can encourage the team now. To be fair, there might be an effect of the harder tackling in reduced condition for them. At least a little bit. Alim defends well so far. Putra cuts inside. Malik with a nice tackle. And that is according to instruction, isn't it? Putra is one of those that we close down. At least. Isn't he? Yeah, we triggered a press on him. So, that's as intended. We can use Imbiri in the second half, I guess. Look at it, everybody's exhausted. To be fair, in both teams, but still, everybody's exhausted. Arianto. Not a bad idea. Oh, that's an error in defense, and what an error it is. Sadly, Jorge Cesar took the shot prior to running with the ball. On the other hand, he's probably not a good runner. What's this? Who is this? It's infantry. Of course. Would you please go and close down your man? Nice save by Owen. Owen's the hero of the day. Or no. Arianto, not bad. Avery, yet another ball. Hope some of them can recover in halftime, at least a little bit. Isha. Not a bad pass. Tabuni. Tabuni saves the ball this time. Well, for the Ansia. I guess we got a corner, that's something, yes. But that shot was very hopeful. He's neither a good shooter, nor was the position really great. Got blocked anyway. Arianto will take the corner. What will Jorge Cesar do? Apparently nothing. Isha loses out on Surya. There's a lot of people around him. Yeah, okay. That should settle it. At least until halftime. Okay. So now we can go into the dressing room and tell everybody that this has not been good enough. And we will tell them in particular if they had a rating below 7.0. So all of them, with the exception of Mr. Owen. No negative reactions. And in his case, he's motivated and inspired now. Alright. So that should fire them up. More or less. Oh. Apparently, you can have a really positive reaction in halftime too. Maybe I should be more demanding with most of these players, as Mangled Cabbage always told me. And maybe I should... I don't know, in the end it's probably still the color game. So, the green game, they call it. In most cases I should probably just have a look at that and determine what to tell them from that perspective. Alright, let's watch this scene and afterwards Mbiri can make an appearance. Tabuni towards Moody, oh no. I do not want to watch this if you do not win back the ball. Abidin. Letizia, let's have a look, did they change anything? I just thought this was a fly. It's not a fly. It's a player, their goalkeeper. Well, they didn't substitute anyone. The roles seem identical. So that's our biggest problem here. Well defended though. Arianto for Ferdiancia, Tabuni. Arianto again. Ferdiancia. Tabuni. Arianto overlapped for some reason. Borja Cesar wins the header towards Isha. That's not bad. Isha. Ferdiancia maybe? No offside. No, it's Arianto. Please win the header. He does. Infantry. Tabuni. Another one. Tabuni for Ferdiancia keeps hold of the ball. That's a nice cross. Not bad. Nice finish. So we'll bring on Mbiri now. I think Isha is definitely done with this match. He is motivated and stuff, but Mbiri at least has some fuel in the tank. Get out there, youngster. Do what you can. You're fast enough to outrun most of these players, so maybe that makes a difference. Oh, Abdullah comes on for them, so we will need to have a look what changed there. Sad noises. I did like to close down this guy. So, no trace whatsoever on him. His dribbling's bad, his bravery is good, his tackling's bad, his marking... No, his tackling is good. His marking is okay too, his passing is bad. So, we can leave him open, more or less. 6 points of passing is not that great. Vision of 9, yeah, okay. But I don't think we need to mark him tightly. And otherwise, I think the rest of the squad is more important. He is a decent defender though, so Mbiri will have a hard time. Which reminds me, we could replace Moody too. Zico's back. So let's give Zico some time on the pitch. He should shoot less often, it says. He has no flair, no good passing and vision, so also less risky stuff, please. And crossing less often is probably a thing for him too. Yeah, his crossing is free. Let's encourage him. Maybe he can score the winning goal. Or provide the assist for it. Or Jose is always there. If you want somebody to do the goal scoring. Well, always is maybe a bit of an overstatement, but most of the time. By Yudi, please don't let him cross, please don't give away a corner, he crosses. What kind of goalkeeping was that? That's unlucky. So first of all, the cross should have been avoided. I can certainly see why that didn't happen. Ariant was tired, he didn't close him down correctly. Both of the central defenders were out of it. That's an error in communication, isn't it? I'm not sure, but all three stood there without doing anything. I'll encourage them. This is an away game, so we're expected to lose anyway. Does Jorge Cesar win the header? Yes. Problem is Imbiri it wasn't around. Should have run with him. And we have yet another player available. Who will we bring on? So Ramadan probably not. Tabuni needs to make it through the game. We still have 30 minutes to go and everybody's exhausted. I don't want to bring on non-quality. Infantry is horrible today, so I guess it's Sukipto time. Afterwards they have a whole week. Let the captain come on. Take infantry off. Hopefully Mr. Wrecking Ball can provide some value. Oriented towards Jorge Cesar, and that's no good. Verdiancia loses the tackle. Well, the tackle was fine. He lost the duel against Vayudi though. Blocked this time by Arianta. This Vayudi guy has a decent game now, doesn't he? And we should go down the... Right. They're tired there. So let's focus play down the right. That's also where Zico is. Maybe that helps. Fingers crossed first that we do not concede a second time. At least not immediately. That was offside, was it? Okay. Jorge Cesar wins the header. Oh no, Tabuni is in the middle of the pitch. He's just slightly hurt. Can we tell him to ease off tackles? Yeah. Tabuni. Sukipto. That's okay. Going down the right as instructed. Well, Zico is where we expect him to be, but... in this case, a bit wider would have been a good idea. Let's edit this and go a bit wider. In attack at least. Verdiancia still at the heels of Vayudi. This time with a pass back. Abdullah, Jardel. They push up a lot. We'll wait for that corner. So let's have a look at their central defenders again. The rules did not change at all. There's a wingback here now. Cool. Okay, forget about that. We do not go through the middle here either. So I'm not so sure where to go here. Let's have a look at Ikvan. Not that fast. He definitely has a weaker foot. Passing is okay, sadly. Dribbling and crossing, not so much. He's a defensive midfielder for some reason. So what we can do with him... Oh, they also brought on another fullback here. Gets forward whenever possible, no through balls. Good crossing though. Decent passing. In his case, let's at least show him to the weaker foot. And in his case, no, that's not the one. In Ikvan's case, definitely the weaker foot. Dribbling's not great, but with violence we will not accomplish anything here. Nada with closing him down or something. We will probably just need to suffer through this. Because I sure as hell don't know what to do. That's well defended at first glance. Ekwan finds Vayudi again. Rudiansia next the ball of him. Jorge Cesar wins the header, there's nobody available though. Imbiri's movement is a bit limited so far. That's offside. Oh, okay, it's outside. Even better. Still. What happens if I berate the team after going down? That much. Not sure. It was a good tackle. Gotta give him that. I would applaud my own players for this. Oh no. Owen saves. I will go with pass into space now. I think that's something that doesn't necessarily reduce tactical knowledge. Well, tactical familiarity is the word I was looking for. And some of our players are fast enough, and some of their players, in particular through the middle, could be somewhat exhausted. So maybe Imbiri or Deco can make a run for it. Alim wins the header. Deco. Radizia. Abdullah. Jardel. Radizia, Abedin and February. Rudiansia's tracking back. Well, we are on their heels, but always a little bit too late. So, in a better condition, we might stand a chance. This is also the cup opponent, by the way. If we want to go to the Asian Champions League and win the cup this season. That would be outstanding though. Rudiansia. Not this time. Surya. Not a long shot. Flips the crossbar. I will try to fire them up. But most of them are motivated. There's no use firing people up that are motivated already. Demanding more is a bit excessive. None of them are complacent. Encouraging seems like the most likely thing. I will go with demand more. Berating is too much after going down 1 goal. Demanding more though seems to have no impact whatsoever on them. They don't care. They are... Well, apparently some of them are motivated by the feedback, and some are just motivated and focused by themselves. Goes past his man. If not for Owen, we would have conceded 2 or 3. And there's no chances created here. I will take off the pass into space, doesn't matter, doesn't help. Playing this kind of formation, maybe we should have had 2 wingers on the pitch. Starting to think if that's a thing at all. Wouldn't have been a possibility, would it? We don't have a winger for the right wing. So that teaches me something about flexibility in the squad, I guess. And we can consider ourselves lucky not to concede a second time. Somebody is not happy. He's anxious. Okay, that has nothing to do with my feedback though. 3.5 minutes to go. I will go with encourage instead. That does not help, does it? So Kipto wins the tackle, that's fine. For the Ansia, Tabuni, Arianto, Zico. And that should be the game, isn't it? Lim Slop. Yeah, that's the game. Would have been one of these times where Mbiri's around there, so... But overall, this is deserved, gotta be honest. It doesn't make me angry, really. I'm more disappointed. I think, but I still think they tried. But given the circumstances, I think it's okay. And they are somewhat relaxed and motivated. Keep in mind, we are relegation candidates up here. So, gotta win the match against Borneo, though. On the other hand, we will not get relegated. So, goals have been achieved. And this week of training needs a revamp. We do not need sharpness at all. We might need to push Borneo into oblivion, though. Alright. Let's have another break, and we will see how far we can go. Well, let's do the press conference first. What? I don't care. I probably won't even bother watching. That's true. We have conceded the hype. Yeah, that's true. It has been a problem because quality out there is not good enough. Apparently this is about away games. Well, I think at home we stand a better chance at defending, sadly. So now we need to come up with... Basically this is all a preparation. We need to come up with a schedule. First of all though, let's do that break. I will be back in a minute or two. ever since I recorded these silly messages for, followers and subscribers and stuff, nobody bothered to trigger any of these actions. So we didn't hear them yet. That's been 2 episodes ago, I think, at this point. Well, 1.5. Okay. So, the gist here is we absolutely need to develop the players, at least a little bit, so that we stand a good chance against these in these 2 legs. This needs match preparation overall. The Persia Jakarta matches. The other matches do not need match preparation at all. I don't give a fuck about the results. Not really. So we might get the players into decent training. Give them enough recovery though. We don't want them to get injured. And I feel like this is a chance to revamp the schedules. There is no need for sharpness, I think. Most of them are damn sharp, and those that aren't can just play the under 21s. So what do we do? First of all, let's have a look at the custom schedules in general. This is our general schedule, and I do not think I agree with it. This schedule, can we delete this? Yes, we can. Next, there's a preseason schedule here. I do not agree with this either. Let's just get this over with. Full week of general training. This looks better. This includes some match practice, which is not bad. Preferably, it would be great if we could keep this all in the lower reaches. I'm not sure if 45 or 50% of match intensity is a bad thing, though. In a perfect world, I would want the condition to improve a little bit, and keep the rest more or less as it is. Maybe we can. Maybe we can do a full week of easy training, full week of heavy training, full week of or according to sharpness or something. Maybe we can do different schedules for that. Let's look through the rest. Match preparation schedule, yeah, that one can go, depending on if the match is Saturday or Sunday. I want another one. This is called overall, and it can go away. We are not in a non-professional club anymore, neither this. Match Friday is a scenario that doesn't exist, but this schedule doesn't fit anyway. The no match schedule is also an old one. So we have preparation, match Saturday and Sunday. I'll probably redo those. In fact, I'll probably redo all of them. I have fun doing this. Yeah, and we've got the time right now, so why not do it? There's probably a million YouTubers and Twitch people that did these schedules all the time, and that know way better than I do. But for now, what do I want? So the first schedule I need is a full week of... No, the first schedule I need is a regular training and a match on Saturday, right? First schedule I need is regular training and a match on Sunday. So off to a great start already. Alright. Matches on Sunday. Here's a match. Where is it? There's a match day here. So we will have a preview here. I agree with that. We do not care much about the development of the players. I just want the sharpness not to drop. If I can help it. And I want attributes to improve. So this needs to be in here. Just for attribute improvement. I'm not sure if it's a good idea here. So as a result of getting rid of the rest sessions. Sharpness doesn't drop that much. Injury risk is still high though. So next of all, maybe we do recovery sessions each day. That reduces sharpness a little bit. So that's less than the other way. That's decent. So no real impact on sharpness. Fatigue will go a little bit down. Condition will be reduced a little bit. Slight reductions. What we can do now in the evening is do easy sessions, I guess, in terms of intensity. Usually stuff like match tactics, for example, that reduces condition even more. So let's go with, say we do 2 times recovery. I just want to see what happens. We cannot do any more recovery here. What's the session that reduces condition that much? Condition is slightly increased everywhere here. It's slightly reduced here. I think going with slight reduction overall in condition is not a bad thing though. That's it. So what can we do here? Tactical training does slightly reduce condition again. Is there something that doesn't reduce condition? Most of these things will. The overall training reduces condition a lot. So can we offer something else instead? For example, outfield training that only reduces condition slightly. Say we do outfield everywhere. No, the goalkeeper doesn't train. I know. But you can train the goalkeeper in the evening, which reduces his condition slightly, and everybody else will be fine. Is this similar for everyone now? Seems like it. So that, for example, is an easy way to go about things. Condition is still reduced a lot. All of this effort for nothing. Also, the injury risk is a bit higher. It's slightly increased for both sessions. Thus, overall, it also slightly increases it. So if I go with overall everywhere and go with tactical instead, or maybe we find something else. That's obviously too much for the condition. So say we go tactical here. Does that help? Maybe we should just let him sleep. So say we go with this and then we replace some of these sessions with stuff that doesn't hurt the condition. That's really hard to find, is it? I think we can also, we can always use more happiness, more team cohesion and stuff. That's not bad. All of these reduce condition somewhat. I should know that by heart, by the way. But it's still worth checking. Maybe I forgot something. Yeah, so if we focus on a specific area, say we do attacking in the morning and something else in the evening. Even the match preparation sessions. To reduce condition a little bit. So we might as well go with general tactical training. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. On the other hand, tactics in the extra session. I mean, this is some of the stuff that we really need. And every player will profit from it. So I can certainly see why we would do this schedule like this. This is overall training match Sunday, yes. Save this. That's no preparation whatsoever. Now we can do the same. We just put the match here, have a match preview here, have a match review here, and say a tactical session here. Maybe some teamwork instead. Yeah, why not? Where is it? Some team bonding here so they can recover here. So injury risk shouldn't increase from this schedule. We will save this as overall match Saturday. Alright. So now we can use these two. This is match Sunday. This is match Saturday. This is also match Saturday. This is match nowhere. So this is match Sunday. No, there's a recovery session missing here. That's not perfect. Oh, I guess it will be fine. Wrong training. Hell, if I could just click the right one. And that would be match Sunday. So hopes are there's attribute development here. I'll just slap in match Saturday here because this is the way it is. Not sure if we will keep them. Most likely I will do match preparation there. So next coming up is the overall training for this week with no match whatsoever. We need two samples basically. We need one sample that doesn't contain sharpness, and we need the other one that retains sharpness to a degree. So this isn't here. Okay, let's do some recovery here, whatever. If this doesn't exist here and there's no match review here because, well, there's no match, then we have a full week of basically box standard training with no particular focus other than being a bit lower back here. And as you can see, injury risk improves, sharpness goes down a little bit, fatigue goes up a little bit. It's not really horrible. Team cohesion goes up a lot, given that we do team bonding. So this will certainly help in the long term. It doesn't help with sharpness and condition though. We will save this as overall no match. And different schedules in there. Yeah, okay. Now we can also experiment maybe with including match practice. So there might have been a match prior to this on Sunday. So I don't want the match practice immediately on Monday. On the other hand, we know that on Saturday and Sunday there's no match. So we might maybe include it here. Match practice. Later in the week is maybe better. And let's stretch this out a little bit. Alright. So now sharpness doesn't decline as much. Condition still declines a little bit. Injury risk is not a big problem. These sessions are a bit harder on them. Can we ease the workload here? Well, sure. At least this way for this day. And We can do a similar thing maybe here. Obviously, we could slap in a teamwork session, which is more or less the same. Team cohesion does not improve much from that, though. I seem to find out right now. Yeah, well, it helps a little bit. But we can also do something like set pieces, for example. That shouldn't be too taxing. And sharpness doesn't drop that much. Drops a little bit though. Why is that? Well, sharpness drops due to the recovery sessions. We barely stand a chance to avoid that though. Obviously, we could go with a lot of, other training here. Say additional outfield training, for example. Just for funsies. That would not drop the sharpness, but everybody would get injured, so I don't like that at all. It's a trade-off. Can we maybe... Maybe we can ease them into it, though. Well, not after the match here. But on a day like this, maybe something like this, and then no recovery here. But, I don't know. Teamwork session. There's still no increased injury risk. Sharpness drops a little bit less. Something like this might work. And this now is match. Well, it includes the 2 match practice sessions, and a lot of overall training. So we can call this match practice, I think. Or hell. The focus is to recover sharpness to a degree, and to increase teamwork. It's not teamwork, it's team cohesion and happiness, I guess. I know what this is. Let's keep it like this. So, the argument can be made that as long as this is not perfect, the team bonding and the teamwork, this is a good schedule. And now we need one for preparation too. But first of all, let's go into training calendar. Let's put in a session here. Well, a schedule, sorry. In this week, we can probably use some sharpness. I don't want it to decline too much, so that's fine with me. And then, then now we can adapt one of these schedules to be more befitting for, well, might be an away game. So travel apparently is throughout the day, every single time, middle of the day. Yeah. If they travel towards the match the day prior to that, it's always in the middle of the day. So we should focus on the first and the last session of the day on Saturday/Friday, depending on what it is. Okay. Training schedules. Let's load up that schedule with match on Saturday, because that's the one that's most important right now. This is the one that will be used for the cup matches. So, first of all, we gotta replace these with preparation for the cup. We want all of the preparation in there. I cannot have, well, I guess I can have match tactics here too, but it doesn't matter. It does increase team cohesion though. So I guess we keep it in. Injury risk improves a little bit, fatigue goes down. We also want no overall sessions here. We want all of the set piece sessions though. This is as horrible as it gets. No overall training whatsoever. This does improve sharpness. The fuck? Did the other sessions reduce sharpness? Well. Oh. Oh. Probably due to the match. That or I overlooked something. Okay, so the question is, how do we get a set piece delivery in here? Hi, welcome back to the channel. Or the stream or whatever, you know. Thanks for joining in. So, if we put set piece delivery in here, injury risk doesn't really decline that much. There might have been a match here, so I'd rather not have this here. Let's put it here. This is as much preparation as it could be, I guess. What do we do with this? So this is match preparation, match Saturday. Match. And we might as well do the same with a match on Sunday. This one's easier though. Yeah, basically like this. And we do this here. There is nothing in particular to be done here. So we can actually slap a training session in there for additional recovery. Most likely though, we will, where is it? We'll do recovery here. We'll move the match tactics over here. They're not that interesting though. And do we want a general training session somewhere? I mean, why not? Doesn't hurt, does it? So, not there though. Okay. How's it going? Something like this. Okay. So let us save this as match preparation, match Sunday. This is as horrible as it gets for training though. No overall training whatsoever, with the exception of that one session. He's tired, don't you say? Yeah. Well, I think he will recover though. Alright. Should we give rests to players or should we just let them recover in the next week? I mean, I guess given the overall mood in the squad, we will do an additional recovery session here for good measure. Because this session doesn't hurt people. It can't, as far as I'm aware. And this probably will not either. So the entire day greatly reduces fatigue and increases condition, greatly reduces injury risk. That should help. And given the tightly packed match schedule recently, we can slap in an additional recovery session here. What's ALF free? I'm just not familiar with the abbreviation. Abbreviation? However it's pronounced. also late in the day, so I might just be stupid. Hope that's fine with you. It's probably American League Football 3 or something. A lot of recovery here, so hopefully that helps. And then afterwards, they can all... So it's American Football League 3 then, or what is it? I'm still not familiar. Well, if I Google this, it says it's a light industrial panel PC. Okay. Yeah. So, not to ridicule you, but the first hit in Google is definitely something else. So, yeah. You're free to blame me, though. Yeah, that's within your own database, right? The way you configured it. Jana Vayudi. He is fast. Could be way worse. Also, he's freaking expensive. It's kind of impressive that you did all of this by yourself, and now you have the fun playing it. So that's good. Reminds me of modding somewhat. And we have mathematically avoided relegation now. So Halim gets money, as well as Isha. I'm totally fine with this. This brought us in 350k, most likely. Well, it depends a little bit. I'm not sure if the position in the league matters, but it might bring us in 350k. He recovered a little bit, not by much though. Well, did you ever consider reducing some of it? It does not feel manageable to me. I mean, I guess I'm proud of you if you manage to go about it that way, but no? Okay, well, you might just... do we want to sell him? You might find that at some point in life that there's an in-between. It has nothing to do with laziness. At some point your health will fail. That's not a prediction, and I certainly don't wish it onto you. Okay. But your body will not endure it for very long if you do not sleep at some point or rest. And there's very different kinds of rest. Let me just read that again. Finding an apartment for 20 hours and working on 6 social media accounts. Did you so I'm not a health coach, right? I have no idea what I'm talking about, more or less. But do you include some physical activity into all of this? Like, I don't really care what. Running, some rock climbing, I don't know. For me, it's riding the skateboard. So just I don't know, cruising a bit on my deck. But also stuff like weightlifting, whatever. Doesn't matter. Riding the bicycle. Is there something like this in your life? Because it feels like that might help with the balance as well as the mental health. And I'm not presuming that I know better. Just yeah, but you see the difference, don't you? So I just wanted to share the thought. Maybe you can come up with something that works for you. Or maybe you already do and I don't know. I didn't want to go into medical terms specifically. It's just my experience that some sort of physical activity is good for most people. And those that don't have it, at some point, find out. Well, as I said, make of it what you will. Obviously, you know best. Alright. They want to extend my contract. Dancing seems like a good activity. I mean, I'm not one to dance at all. I'm more the headbanging type. But professional dancing, as far as I'm aware, is very specific, very focused, and it is also very exhausting. So if that's something that's fun to you, why not? They are very disappointed with the finances of Arianta. Yeah, but there's whatever professional. There's a difference between dancing on your own in your room and dancing with a partner, for example. And I have no idea about all of this. Well, but that's not the same as running outside in the sun. That's not the same as I don't know, getting some fresh air and just leaving all of that behind. And it might feel really annoying to you, but maybe that helps. I'm not presuming that it helps everybody, but well, study after study shows that physical activity is good for people. In particular, if it has some relaxing aspect, going away from whatever you do all day. So maybe that helps to concentrate the rest of the day. I don't know. You find out. You don't even have to tell me. You don't even have to try. Just thinking about it, because your schedule sounds hectic. That's all I can say. Okay, do we want to extend the contract? Yes, sure. New contract is offered. Alright. Oh. Okay, so I will not dispute the first point. If it's less helpful for you, okay, you know best. It's your life after all, right? Who am I to judge? That said, there is literally nothing to do where I live. That's a bold statement. There's always something to do if you just want to. Even if it's just a walk in the park or a walk in the woods or whatever. Sometimes the really boring stuff that is associated with retirees or something is very helpful. I didn't expect to learn riding a skateboard at the age of 30 something either. Well, I didn't appreciate a lot of stuff throughout my time, and in the end I realized that most of it works somehow. Well, listening to something while walking in the woods sounds way better than listening to something while stressing out at home. I don't know. People are different. You find out. But, are you, I don't know your age or your educational background. You're going for studying, right? Well, save whatever you listened to without using the internet prior to that? Okay. So, you're going to study. So I assume you did general qualification for university, right? Am I right to remember that you're German? I might be confused here. Gymnasium, yeah, okay. Perfect. So same as me. I will share a paper with you. It's a white paper. It's easy to read. It's about financial stuff, but I'm not sharing it with you for the financial stuff, even though that makes sense too. I'm sharing it with you for the other stuff. And If I can find the download link, here it is. That's the link. Okay. So, this is unsolicited advice somehow. This paper by Benjamin Felix does contain references, quantitatively speaking, to things that make people have a good life in general and enjoy a life that's enjoyable to them. So it does not specifically say that this will work for you, but it's interesting to know what's good for most people. And you sound like somebody. Yeah, but it's not only sports. For example, people are stressed out if they live in the city in general. They earn more money, maybe, but it's a trade-off. And you seem to be a person that likes to optimize. So if this hits your tendency to optimize and to find that small nudge, to find that thing that you can do something about it, then maybe all of a sudden you think a walk in the woods might be a good idea. Yeah, that's not a very different value system from mine, actually. But it's same here. It's a trade-off. I don't think so. No, it's not a long paper though. And you can skip the parts that you're not interested in. So, but this paper, for somebody that is derived from a financial background, this paper contains much less financial stuff than what Ben's papers usually do. And there's also questions that you can ask yourself. I think this paper is in general good advice for most people, because a lot of people don't reflect on that stuff. So this is not specifically targeted at you, even though I think you might find it interesting. I don't know. You don't have to read it, obviously. I cannot force you into anything. Just feels like maybe you want to. Also, by the way, I am in no way affiliated with the guy other than, well, enjoying his content. But he's a Canadian financial advisor, so you will have no chance whatsoever to be sold for, I don't know. He will not sell assets to you or something. That will not happen. He's in Canada. So this is strictly about knowledge here. And neither will I, by the way. I mean, I'm in Germany, but I'm not a financial advisor, so... The thing is, I came to all of this happiness and life stuff through financial advice, actually. Because what use is all the money in the world if you can't spend it on something that makes you happy? But for that, you gotta determine what makes you happy. And that's way harder than earning money. Earning money is easy in comparison to being happy. Most people spend a lot of time earning money. They offer all of the time of their life for money, and in the end, they don't have any time left. So, I don't know, something in between is probably a good idea. Figuring out what you like to do. If it's expensive, probably go for the money. If it's not expensive, maybe not go for the money. Instead, have fun. And enjoy life. Well, that does not sound like a reasonable concept. That sounds like a growth mindset or basically lottery. So maybe you want to think about that too. Slow and steady wins the game. Alright, they want us to sign players under the age of 23 for the first team. Work within the wage budget, that's not a problem. 1-year contracts over the age of 32, yeah, that's fine. Attempt to avoid relegation. Be competitive in the cup, be competitive here, be competitive there. That's not a problem whatsoever. I'm perfectly happy with this. I'm also happy with this. No longer than a 1-year deal though, for some reason. So let's make this a wage drop of 25%. I cannot... How do I put this? I think we talked about this, and I cannot specifically advise in any way about that. I have some experience from looking at it from the outside with people that have similar conditions. Rarely though. I'm not a medical guy. So I have no idea what's good for you. You gotta find out yourself. And but you still have the power to determine your way yourself. And I'm quite sure that you will. No matter what everyone else does and how everyone else fares. You can find your own way. Whatever that means for you. So we sign a new deal. Perfect, now we got an interview. I am actually delighted. Yeah. I had them too. So, in my case, without any condition. At least not in that area. But at some point, preferably sooner rather than later, you realize that you will not be the next Elon Musk or whatever your idol is. Not specifically recommended that guy, by the way. And neither will you be very rich, because whatever, doesn't matter anyway. Or not much. But also there will not be fame or something, and if there is, it will be mostly on accident. There's so many people in this world, it's highly unlikely that you will be something that is visible to the rest of us. That's just the way it is. It doesn't matter what the chosen path is. Yeah, but you do that for yourself and not for others to see. You do that because you like it. Same as I do my streaming. It's not about reaching a lot of people. So, if you like that, that's cool. And if it brings you some success, however you define success, that's cool too. But trying to be the top of the world in some stuff might be a recipe for disaster. Well, in that case, that's good. If that's your goal. I don't want to talk you down, man. It's not like... I guess what I'm trying to say is don't set yourself up from expectations perspective for however you define failure. Small steps are fine. And in some areas that might take a long time, and in other areas it might be really easy for you. Just as for everyone else, we all have different talents and stuff. You cannot be perfect in everything. No one is. Fuck. He signed a new contract with his current club. Oh man. The trial of Setyavan comes to an end. That's also an interesting case. So, his contract runs out, more or less. He's listed for transfer. They want 3k for him. And we should probably compare him to Ari. So, going back from the life advice stuff, I guess, even though I don't think it's advice at all. Well, it's somehow it is advice. But advice at looking at different things. It's not like, I don't know what to do, right? Or should I? It's your life after all. What do you think of Setyavan? This is a Football Manager stream after all. Got an opinion on that guy? Let's compare him to Ari, maybe. Okay. You certainly sound ambitious. I'm not saying don't be ambitious. There's always an in-between and a gray zone. And you will find out soon enough. Like the numbers in-game. Okay. Well, in that case, I don't know. That takes the fun out of the game for me. So, it's not realistic. Yeah, great. So maybe in this situation, I would challenge you to challenge yourself and not look at that, because in most cases in life, you do not have the exact numbers. You don't know. So that's part of the fun. And failure is also part of the way. There's also not knowing any of the attributes in Football Manager. I think there's a skin for that. It just masks all of the attributes. That's a bit overdoing it from my perspective, though. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. So, what do you think of Setyavan, though? I guess we can have a look at his susceptibility to injury. That's low. Well, it's your decision how you spend your time. Why would anyone prefer Setyavan to RD? Lower susceptibility to injury, I guess. That's the first one for sure. He is the same age. So, we're talking about a winger here. There is stuff that's definitely better about him. Rotating like rotating players, or how do I interpret this? I might not understand it, or might not get the meaning. Rotation is something, you know. Or are you talking running in circles for the specific individual? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I don't. But that's a thing. Sure, you can do. I usually stick to a starting 11 if it works, and keep it going. I try to rotate a little bit, but not as heavily as you. In this case, I guess the question is, can we get him in for a decent wage? Because his crossing is way better, his dribbling is a little bit better, his first touch is worse, but not by much. Doesn't matter much, his passing is great. For a player on the wing, that's good. His technique is shit. I don't like that at all. Off the ball movement is okay, anticipation is okay, decision making is not good. There's also some gaps here, otherwise flair's decent. Work rate is good, which I very much like. I don't like the stamina much. And his personality is worse. The thing is, he's not prone to injury. So that's something. And they want to sell him for 3k. So, how much money is he? You know what? Doesn't matter. We will buy him, just so they will not extend the contract. I will try to buy him, not for 3k though. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with Indonesia. He's not that fast for an Indonesian. He's not bad though overall as a winger. And we have problems with guys that are no real wingers. We misuse them basically. So I need to switch that. I need to have a player that's good in this position and that is destined to play in that position overall. And he has low susceptibility to injury. We will probably get him for between 3 and 500. If he wants 800 euros, he can go. I will not sign him for outlandish wages. If the wage is somewhat acceptable and his playing time demands are somewhat acceptable, maybe I'll do it. We'll pay him installments instead for a 1.5k and also a bonus. Say after 10 games. Let's make it, yeah, let's make it 10. Why not? Yeah, in particular in Indonesia. He's not fast for an Indonesian though. For an Indonesian winger, he's okay. He does have the capability to play as an inverted winger though too. And looking at these attributes, he is not good at it. So he's definitely more of a winger. On the other hand, in case of an emergency, he can rotate to the left. And he still has passing. So it's about his mentals, and these mentals are prone to improve at some point. So I think that's still okay-ish. Oh no. Here it was. So maybe we can get him for a little bit less. Something like this. 2.4k. That's not enough for them. For us, they want, so let's offer some money here. Say, I don't know, 400 euros. That would be 2.8k. Yeah, to kind of simulate it, the real life. That would be fine. 200 euros less than they wanted. And we stretched it throughout the next 3 years. So this will not make an impact at all. Also, no additional clauses, sell-on clause or something. And some of it is only paid after league appearances, which he will make, to be fair. Huh. I see. Okay, so we make an offer on him. Is this really somebody we could use? As a right midfielder, we don't need him. As an attacking midfielder on the right though. There's Isha on the right, he doesn't play there. Ari plays there from time to time. Zico is in decline. Not sure if that's, well, Zico might get an extended contract. Did we offer for him? Currently not. Well, as long as it's fun. He wants to be emergency backup for a low wage, that's not too bad. It's something that doesn't tie him to the club for long term. And he wants to be emergency backup. I'm not aware of the game, man. I mean, the way you describe it, I can certainly think about it, what kind of game it is. But I wouldn't understand, I think, from telling me only. And I'm not able to watch this stuff live on stream now. I'm trying to focus on Football Manager. So he wants to be emergency backup. I think that's underselling himself a little bit. That, or he's really shitty on the pitch. He's balanced and media friendly, so I don't know. It's not like I'm not interested. I see. It's fine. Don't worry. It's more of an apology from my side. Sometimes conversation can be interesting, but it's kind of limited here on stream. That makes sense. I hope you do understand. I I noticed, man. I noticed. No problem. We are all a bunch of weird guys here on the internet, and probably not on the internet only. So everybody's got some quirks. I don't know. You probably didn't get this yesterday, but long-time watcher of the stream thought I was ignoring his advice. It was, I think, the second or third time that this happened, and unfollowed afterwards. I'm kind of sad about it. For the person, but I don't think it's good for him or for the stream if he's around in the future. So I decided to make sure he doesn't come back afterwards, and it saddens me to a degree. But on the other hand, I had to make a decision, and I don't think it's good for the rest of the stream if somebody's around taking up that much space, you know. And I mean, today it's not a big problem with you and me, or with the coffee man who was in here earlier. As long as you're the only people, no problem. No, but it's the other way around in this case. I don't have hard feelings on the guy. It's just, I think it's no good for the rest of the community if somebody thinks I ignore them, even though I just reflect on some decisions. And maybe I do not agree in some instances, so I play the game my way. And well, that happened from time to time. I might agree with other people, and for him apparently it got personal or something. I don't know. So yeah, that's why he won't be around anymore. And I will miss him to a degree. But I will also be happy not to have these discussions anymore. Well, if you makes you feel any better, I have a hard time drawing a line in the sand, I guess. I'm not the one to go for an extreme thing, and most of the time I endure stuff longer than I should. In most of my life, I think. So, can we get him for 2 years? That would be great, wouldn't it? Or maybe get him for 1 year with a clause that extends his contract. If we... No, not avoiding the relegation. We can also afford his wages in the second league. Yeah, maybe. Some people are just assholes, though. And also trolling is... I have my problems with trolling, so either I'm thin-skinned, or I don't know. I just don't see a purpose in this anymore, in trolling overall. I tend to do is to be somewhat trolling and funny from time to time too, but not as intentful, I think. Some people just do it to hurt, and I don't know why. Okay, so he wants the wage. 250 is too much for me, 275, yeah, maybe. Well, in that case, that at least that shows that you have some empathy for these people. But some people don't think it is a stupid thing. They think it's funny. And well, if the only way they can have fun is at the expense of other people, then probably they shouldn't have fun. Or at least not in that way. Yeah. Well, I always feel. I guess this is from my value system though. I don't even know how a Minecraft villager sounds. Okay, we will get him to 275, will we? Let's give him the 400 unused substitutes fees. I do not like this. Can we maybe bait him with something else? Like an increased gold bonus or something? By the way, whoever just joined, welcome to the stream. Yeah. I see. That makes sense. So is this a good idea? Can we focus on this contract for a second, please? Is this a good idea? A 1-year contract for a 24-year-old that we think might just be fine? As an emergency backup, but maybe also as a rotation option, as a winger, in case we need him. He will not develop much, but he might be okay for 5 games in a season or something. If we play him for 15 games for some reason in next season, his contract will extend. 2 years? Yeah, but he doesn't want a 2-year contract. It clearly said. So, I'm trying to make this contract as appealing as possible to him, whilst also baiting him into having a contract that favors the club. So, for example, I'm dropping the base wage. He wanted a base wage of 375 at the start. He's now down to 300. Why is that? Well, because I included a goal bonus and an assist bonus that is outlandish. For us, though, this money doesn't matter. I don't care. If we pay him this money, he scored a goal, and scoring a goal is usually a good thing for us, right? So we go with that. The unused substitute fee, I hate paying players for not doing stuff, but I guess that's still he still does something. Appearance fee is same. I can somewhat live with that. And the signing on fee, well, we might be able to reduce this later on. There's no way to drop his wages in case we go down. An optional extension would be fantastic, but he will not agree to that. I mean, I guess I can try. Of course he doesn't like it. So he absolutely wants that wage. We will give him the unused substitute fee, drop the wage, and increase these a little bit until we reach the 75. It might take some time. Well, what the hell? Okay. This takes forever. This is way too much money. So I will offer him something like this. And maybe go to 500 here. But I will not have a high base wage on him. That's fine with him. Okay, so now we probably spent more money. But at least the base wage is 275, which is very low. So in case he gets injured, that's also hedged. Right? Not a bad idea. So why not use this? Let's see if we can get rid of some of the sure spending. No, we can't. He absolutely insists on that one. How about this? That's better. 10 euros per match saved already. Okay. He does not insist on a lot of money for sitting on the bench. That's good. In particular for a backup player who might start as a bench player anyway. He does insist on the bonus. Was this the assist or the goal bonus? Was the assist bonus? How about the goal bonus? He does not expect to score, I guess. Not sure if he wants that one at all. Yeah, let's try. He does not insist on it. So the goal bonus is away. Now his wage contribution is way lower. And how much was that as a budget per season? It's not about the amount of money though. It's about hedging. It's about risk management. It's about what's good for the club. And how to achieve that. It does not have to do with the absolute amounts. The absolute amounts are irrelevant in this situation. It's about what can the club afford and how can it afford it. And in particular, if you are hard strapped on cash, no matter if it's 10 million or 10,000 bucks, it is very important that you hedge your risks. Yeah, but so if you offer a new contract, do you like to include performance fees, for example? Do you think this is a good idea? That's a criticism I get all the time. And it's a very easy mistake from my perspective, but people just don't seem to see it. So, Nurul Anwar for Xi'an. Okay. Would you also at the same time reduce the base wage? Or any other expenses? So would you be willing to overpay performance fees? This is a good idea. We'll do this. This will cost the club 5,000. Doesn't matter. Do it. Bye. Okay. So I have the perspective that a performance fee is basically a way to hedge risks. And the risk, the most, I guess, dangerous thing in Football Manager, the most important risk is injury, from my perspective. Because injury means you pay the base wage, and you are stuck with a player that does not develop, so it is an asset, if you want to put it that way, that does not gain in value. An injured player is the worst case. He just declines. Yeah, exactly. So if the player gets bonus payments for scoring 30 goals, I'm very happy to pay that because he achieved something with the club. Now, obviously, these bonuses are very good on players that are not prone to scoring. But it's not the worst idea to have him on a striker that scores 35 goals per season. If he scores 35 goals, fuck that, we can offer 5,000 euros for that. Or whatever it costs in your league. It's probably okay. And this gets more important the more prone the player is to injury. But it's akin to buying insurance. Yeah, exactly. Same, and even more with bonuses for not conceding. Clean sheet bonus is really powerful. It can be really expensive, but not conceding is damn important. It's really hard to outscore everyone. It's really easy not to concede, and then to have good results. Yeah. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with this. But yeah, but for most people, they think of bonuses as useless, as money spent on top of the wage, and as money spent useless. And that's not true. I would rather spend more money on a player that performs on a game-by-game basis than a higher base wage on a player that might or might not perform. I'm perfectly fine with him getting paid for good performances. All right, we want a signing. Well, this has to do with the way the contract negotiation is set up, I think. It largely depends on the state of your club. If you can afford that a contract negotiation fails because you do not absolutely need the player, you can risk some. You can risk a lowballed offer with higher bonuses, without risking the orange screen immediately. So from that perspective, it's about the status quo of the club, if that makes sense. If you do not need that striker, you just want to have him, then you can lowball it. And if it doesn't work out, then you can say, well, okay, money wasn't good enough for me. But that's just good management, to a degree. Sometimes you don't want to overpay for stuff. Well, in fact, most of the time you probably don't want to overpay for stuff. This guy's rubbish. Yeah, we wanted to get rid of him, true. Perfect. So you can help out here, and that's about it. Doesn't matter. Apparently we have good technical possession training now. Okay. Well, Anwar is certainly helpful. Get loans how? Oh. Yeah, that's cool. Why not? That's a nice feature. I see. Yeah, I get that. I didn't play FIFA Manager for like 15 years though, so the FIFA Manager you know and the one that I know are vastly different. Alright, these guys play a 4-4-2 apparently. Worse form than us. They play a gegenpress style. Okay. Well, if they play gegenpress, we might stand a chance on the counter. In this case, particularly through the middle of the pitch, I guess. He's alright though. That said, he knocked the ball past the opponent as a center back. That's way too dangerous for my taste. And I don't know shit about him. Yeah, but there's a risk long term, right? Yeah. But you take on risk in this situation. I'm kind of the guy at the other side. I'm the one taking the cash flow. And that cash flow helps the club grow. So from their perspective, it's a good deal. Because for the next 10 years, they will have cash flow secured no matter their performance. They don't care. They can't just buy new players from that cash flow. And that's worth something. This is why I loan players out all the time. I just try to multiply the value and get some money in for them. That's not too bad now. 5 days out. And they recovered a little bit. I'm not sure about their training. Let's talk to them about their last match though. None of them are in perfect mood anymore. So that's probably a good opportunity to do some morale management here. 6 saves, 1 conceded, 7.0 rating, that's not too bad. His training is alright at 8.4. No big deal. Let's go through the rest of the squad. Permana sure as hell didn't play. He didn't develop much either. Long throws did go up a little bit. Not sure what to say to him. Putra. How do you mean? Flipped. So his development hasn't been good. In fact, he's in decline, is he? Yeah, that's not... I mean, the mentals go up, the rest goes down. I think we can tell him that we are not happy with his development. I don't get it. How is it reversed? Ramadan. 8.85 training and rating, that's not bad. Yeah. And in this league, you loan out players to earn money or what? Oh, you play them in the state league. I see. Okay. Good training, man. Didn't play recently, though. Jorge Cesar trains reasonably well. In the last match, he didn't score. His heading was okay. He barely had any chances. Let me rate that. There aren't even youth teams. I see. Yeah, okay. It's just different. I'm sure you can find something in Football Manager that allows a similar approach, if you want to see it that way. For example, if your youth team doesn't play a league, then it's more or less similar. With Jede Hogdart's like, hey, our youth team was rubbish too. So we got rid of most of them, at least for a while. Are you aware that you can take control of the under-18s and the under-21s in Football Manager 2? You can manage all of these games by yourself if you want to. Have fun managing 3 leagues at the same time, man. But that's definitely a thing that you can do. Yeah, and in fact, it probably has an effect. Yeah, okay. I never did that. That sounds tedious to me, but it's probably worth the effort. Well, okay. I want to criticize his last game. I think 3 shots is not good enough. He should have had more chances. Exactly. His form throughout the season is good, though. Well, I didn't. It was not my intent to attack you if I did. Look at that passing. He came on and he had 24 passes that were straight to the own man. 3 out of 3 tackles. How can anyone not be excited by Sukipto? That's probably his best performance ever. Even not according to rating. And yeah, we conceded in that match, but not whilst he was on the pitch. So I will definitely praise him, and he will definitely be on the pitch next time out. That passing was perfect. Sadly, he will not be as good as that next time. Maulana Suleiman. So I'm not even annoyed by this. No, let's go back. Did he train well? Yeah, of course he trains well. Let's praise that too. Fine. Sillerman trains well too. No matches played, I think. Okay. Well, what happens? I guess it doesn't make sense. So, probably doesn't work. Celestio did train reasonably well, but he doesn't improve much. He did play as a wingback recently. That's bullshit. Well, I don't get it. Oh. Okay. Well, if that's fun to you. Let's have a look at Samantri. Training is okay. Didn't play recently. Progress has been spotty. I don't expect much of him. He's just there to be an emergency backup. That said, he will be there for a long time. Yeah, I guess. Mohammad Sumardi. Oh, his passing improved. Well, I mean, I don't expect much of him. We don't play him at all. He's still under contract. We might loan him out at some point if he develops a little bit. It's unlikely though. That's it. As long as his passing improves, who am I to judge? He's bad though. Tiki Tabuni, Mr. Coffeeman. It's their Coffeeman. He picked this one. So, yeah, training's been fine. Medical report says still under heavy match load though. How about his last game? 3 out of 3 tackles. Let's praise him for the tackling, will we? He did have decent tackling. That's good. Utama didn't play. Wahab on an 8.1 rating in training. Hopefully that actually shows in attribute movements at some point. I subbed him off. Well, no, I didn't sub him on, and he didn't play against Persia, despite having a great performance against Sri Vichaya. On the other hand, Owen was back, and Owen was fine too. Yusuf, he barely played. I thought he might play throughout the season, he didn't. That's my fault, I brought up Malik back there. Not a good idea overall. Zico is more or less done. I will probably keep him. I don't want to resolve these contract talks anymore. As long as he does not sign below 500 euros, this is a waste. I mean, look at this. He gets large bonuses and he wants a higher base wage. He can go fuck himself. I will not do this. So Oh, he would be very interested in speaking to other clubs. Well, in that case, we will find somebody else and we will get the money for him because he's susceptible to injury. And we will find a replacement for Zico. Modiasin Abdullah. He still has contract. Certainly not the worst player in the squad. Just a very overpaid one. Can we somehow give him a lower contract, a lower paid contract, with maybe a better clean sheet bonus? For now, he's what's he considered? Emergency backup. He wants to be fringe player. I can certainly see why that is. Fringe player is fine with me. Doesn't matter. And he wants 725 euros. For now, he's paid 625, so we would need to get way below that. Like 550 maybe. If we can get him to 600, that's okay with me. The loyalty bonus is absolute rubbish. Okay. How old is he? Choupo-Moting should be fairly, well, for a footballer, he should be fairly old at this point, isn't he? 34, okay, yeah. Still performs reasonably well though. So this would be a 1 year extension. Not bad. So the appearance fee in his current contract is 250 and 130 unused substitute fee. So I guess these fees are similar to what he's paid right now. So reduce them then by only a tiny amount is totally fine. If we can reduce the base wage. Base wage. Man. It's getting late. I also am perfectly fine including a goal bonus and an assist bonus in this. Say for 100 each. Maybe that helps a little bit. He will not score much, he will not have many assists, and if he does, I'm okay with it. So... Oh, some weird part, he says. Okay. So let's make it 575. He can have some loyalty bonus, sure. "57 games, 42 goals, and... What? Automod says the message has been halted for sexuality, sex, or gender. I have no idea what this means. I will need to Google this. Give me a second. This sounds like a name to me, though. It's... The fuck? I will allow this. Yeah, I thought so. That's his name. So it's not about this specific case. I didn't even know what the slur means. It's some sort of rock apparently, or so some sort of rock formation. So I have no idea what this means. Probably Chernal will tell me at some point. That's okay. This is not. Let's pay him 2k. Let's go down to 120 for the unused substitute fee and increase these a little bit. That's not bad. Well, that's probably a low consistency on the player. That stuff happens, right? He likes that. So let's offer him 130 and also increase these a little bit. I want that base wage reduced. I'm perfectly willing to offer performance bonuses though. So you can have those, man. That's... I don't know yet if this is better. Well, this certainly doesn't work. Where's Abdullah? Here. Let's see if we can reduce one of these bonuses. Currently not. The assist and the goal bonus apparently are not a thing. Should probably reduce this though. Yeah, he insists on it. Sure he does. Greedy bastard. Let me keep my money. Does he care about these at all? Doesn't look like it. Alright, so that's not a thing. We cannot reduce any of these two. Neither that one. Sorry about that. So, that's it. That reduces his base wage by 50. His clean sheet bonus goes up. And his unused substitute fee remains the same, I think. I think this is a good deal. If we want to keep him at the club, that is. Let me have a look at it again. For now, he has the same unused substitute fee, a way lower clean sheet bonus. The loyalty bonus gets extended a little bit. There's no top division wage drop. We can still include that. Oh. He insists on not having one. Well, in that case, we will definitely include one, even if it's just 5%. Ah. Well, okay. His wage got dropped by 5 to 10%, so that's not a big problem, is it? I'm okay with this. Alright. So that reduces the base wage of Abdullah's contract by 50 euros per week. He has a similar loyalty bonus. He has way lower appearance fee. Well, a fifth. Higher clean sheet bonus, but that's fine. If we have a clean sheet, I'm okay with paying that. So that makes sense. Now it's more performance based. Also, for the rare occasion that he gets hurt, that will help. We were at Abdullah's and we were going through the squad for morale purposes. Abedin's training is okay. Did he play recently? Not really. His appearances so far haven't been that good. He needs to develop his attributes a little bit, I think. Ari's injured. No use talking to him, I think. Maybe about the injury. Not very, man. Arianto, 6.4 rating last time out. We should probably warn him about that. That said, he had 3 out of 3 tackles, so I guess we did praise his performance first. Yeah, very creative he wasn't though. How about this? So we warn him about the lack of creativity. Perfect. Forsey didn't play. Also, he's in decline. So we will criticize his development, I guess. Janss's training is fine. He doesn't develop much there. That's concerning to me. Performance last time out is a 6.8 rating. 28 out of 30 passes is not bad. So the passing was fine. He just didn't create much. Man, it's perfect morale though, so no use talking to him anymore. He trains well. Yay! Semi-final of the All-American. It's you know, for somebody that doesn't know the competition, most of these it doesn't hold much emotional value, I guess, if you never did it yourself. So I hope you're not annoyed with me not being able to appreciate it in the way in the amount of magnitude or whatever it means. I'm not even sure about the Indonesian Cup, for example. It's just the first time that I was qualified for the final here. That's not bad. On the other hand, this all depends on the club you're managing, so I wouldn't be able to judge. I forgot him. So Halim's 6.8 rating. 1 out of 1 tackles is 100%, so I guess the tackling is good. It's brutal, okay. Well, in that case, congratulations on the success. So we did talk to Halim. Arianto's 6.5 rating is enough for an official warning, but for some reason I cannot give him one. Why is that? I do not know. Mbiri had 3 out of 3 tackles, I guess that's a plus. Isn't it? Infantry's performance was absolute rubbish, apparently. He's a defensive player and he didn't defend well. Fischer was on a 6.8 rating. Yeah, Football Manager is good with these stories. No matter what you do, Football Manager creates stories. That's something that's also very cool for streamers. So Football Manager obviously is not a very appealing game to most people, but the stories it creates, not only for the club but also for the players involved and so on, that's something that people can identify with, I guess, to a degree. So that's what makes it appealing, same as in role playing. And in the end, all of this is just a big role playing game. Coffee. Karif. Karif doesn't develop. Malik. 7.6 is a little bit better, but not good enough. 6.5 rating though, that's really rubbish. No creativity, I guess. Morgan Moody. Not sure about this performance. That long shot was interesting. Otherwise, crap performance overall. Not sure if that's worthy of criticism though. He does train well, as usual. Didn't expect much else. And then we're back to Simon Owen, okay. So now I went through all of these. Some of them are in perfect morale, some aren't. Well, happens. Do you think I'm gonna get some development out of this training schedule? I'm not sure if you were around back when I set this up. Great. Saving dialogue. I'm trying to get some development out of the players for the next 6 weeks or something. To make sure that they develop prior to playing the cup final. Because in the cup final we need all of the development, well, for the cup final we need all of the development that we can get. And we cannot prepare 6 weeks earlier. The final position in the league doesn't matter much. So I scrapped all of the match preparation from this. And now we go in for just overall and tactical training. I hope that makes sense to you. Anyway, I gotta grab some fresh water. It's friggin' hot in here. I will be back in maybe a minute or two. So let's see if we can go through the match against Borneo. See you on the other side. Okay, let's do this. Who the hell is Sergio Cerati? Okay, so apparently we gotta be happy with Owen's progress recently. That's fine. I understood that. The thing is, I'm more the guy playing the game, I guess. And I'm fine with the game as it is. This guy's susceptible to injury. I'd rather not have him. He's worse than Tabuni. Don't know about the traits, don't know about the personality. Well, I do know about the personality. He's balanced. Consistent performer is obviously good. Doesn't enjoy great matches though. I don't think we want Kamal. Nobody wants Zico. So, as long as we don't play Zico. His contract runs out at the end of the season. So, will we go with the youth instead? Don't know. Might also play him for another match and then sell him. Or, I don't know, offer him for free. I'm really not sure. Well, it's about playing the game though, isn't it? I mean, whatever's fun to you. He doesn't want to come in, so we can remove him from the shortlist. Get lost. He finished scouting the Prato, whoever that is. Oh, that's the one that got recommended by the press. I see. So, we gotta continue scouting him, I think. 85 euros, I think we will be okay. And I still don't know if I want to be interested in him or not. How do you determine if it's weirdly? Maybe it's just a way that you like to play it. Why is there a way that is weird? What? Yeah, let the goalkeeper play as a central defender. Sure. If that's what's needed, who am I to judge? So it feels like you at least know where the potential is from that perspective. So if you want to, you can always focus on that. Still under heavy match load. Sure, the match load will not go away. Not yet. Malik's performances have been absolute rubbish, man. What do we do with him? I don't know. I didn't even know Minecraft had PvP. To me, Minecraft is still this blocky, pixely, whatever builder thing. I basically stopped following Minecraft when Microsoft bought it, and that has been years ago. Also, the code base is utter rubbish, as far as I know. The modding community in Minecraft is, well... I heard about modding Minecraft on a bar camp a year ago, and that told me enough about Minecraft that I do not want to have anything to do with it. It's a rubbish piece of software. They should probably start. Yeah, it is amazing, but under circumstances that are so dire. Yeah, it's also absurdly bad. Like, not the modding community, but the way the developers treat them. They do not adhere to any industry standards with Minecraft, which makes modding very hard. They overcomplicate it. So I do not want to support a product like that or a company like that if I can help it. To be honest, it's not about modding. I just don't want to support bad software development. And Minecraft definitely is far from bad. It's absurdly rubbish. Semantic versioning means something. At least to most people on this planet. But if you can mod other games, they are probably much easier to mod than Minecraft. That's not spoken from experience though, just third-hand knowledge, so whatever that means. How do you skip through games like that? Did you ever actually consider watching them? We'll take Yusuf and Abdullah. There's no use for Malik right now. And to be fair, Yusuf trains really well. Well, so that doesn't answer the question about the pace. You played like 3 games. It feels, since you joined this. "20 seasons. That doesn't make sense to me. How do you watch the games? It just doesn't fit it in a day. 20 games don't fit in a day. 20 matches, so you can... Yeah, but how do you process... No. It just doesn't make sense. Oh, in FIFA Manager. Well, whatever that means in FIFA Manager. Alright, we turned him professional. Yeah, that's true. We gave him a contract. We were impressed by the development. Not sure if that's a good idea. But... Hi, welcome to the stream. Let me know what brings you along and if I can help you with anything. Well, as long as it's not the sale of digital assets. No, seriously though, welcome to the stream and let me know what's interesting to you. And feel free to ask questions or, I don't know, partake in conversation, I guess. Or to bring other people along, it's also fun. So several staff members got a new deal, yeah, that's true. We got all of that. That's totally okay. Ask personal questions. I will feel free to decline in case I don't want to answer. Otherwise, though, ask away. No problem. Ardiono. In Football Manager, this is usually, what's your favorite club and stuff like that. I might not be the perfect target for that kind of questioning, but, you know, get on with it. This is Indonesia, by the way. So... yeah, it's kind of a weird save. Or not the entire save. It's kind of a weird part of the game now. That's perfect. We get him for cheap. Not bad. So, Travis on Molly. Nice nick, by the way. If this is a reference to anything other than your relationship, I will be seriously disappointed. But given that this is a family-friendly platform, let's not go into this. What do you think of Saiful Setyavan? Given that you probably played in Indonesia, now that you've joined the stream, right? So, we thought to ourselves, he's not the paciest guy for an Indonesian, but he's good enough as a backup, that's for sure. We have problems with no winger available. Nothing is not that much. You still didn't ask the personal questions. He's 1.78 meters. For an Indonesian, that's damn tall. True, jumping reach 12, I didn't even notice that. That's absurdly tall for Indonesia. At least according to Football Manager. Yes, he can cross. He has 8 points of crossing, that's way better than most of our players, and we have a perfect target forward. So his crossing does not need to be perfect, it just needs to exist. And, you know, middle of the road is 10. So 8 is slightly substandard, but he's 24, so he might get a little bit better. His dribbling and first touch are okay too, his passing is fine, his technique could do with some improvement. Granted. But he comes for cheap. My type of backup left midfielder. What kind of type are you talking about? I didn't know that midfielders came in categories other than, well... Oh, left midfielder, this is the right one. We do not really have a backup left midfielder, I think. I mean, Ferdiancia to a degree, we could compare him to Ferdiancia. Ferdiancia is not... he's on backup level. Let's put it that way. We pay him a bit less though. But on the other hand, that's probably comparable, that's not a bad idea. Well... I mean, look at it. So, Setyavan is more rounded, I guess. And Ferdiancia is a little bit faster.
Hey, yet another member for the fan club.
Are you quite sure it's not a self-help group?
Yay! I did that sound bite like 1.5 years ago. So, not sure if this is funny to you, but at least it was funny to me. And sorry about missing the word joke. I still don't get it. Okay, yeah, these two are not really comparable. And thanks for the follow, by the way. Yeah, it's 100 right now. Somebody left. So, we're back to 100 now. And apparently, the follower goal is, well, follower goals worth nothing right now. I did have a subscriber goal though, so not sure why the other one popped up all of a sudden. I don't know, who cares? I will not manage that right now, and to be fair, I don't want to haggle for subscriptions either. I'm just doing this for fun. If you've got a Prime account and not using your Prime subscription though, feel free to toss the money in my direction. I might buy the next Football Manager from it. Or pay the electricity bill. In any case, for the Yancia and Setya one, probably not that comparable, but on the other hand, on a similar level. Looking at the attributes, these are both wingers. Support or attack duty doesn't matter much. Not at all. This is common knowledge, it's Germany. Nuremberg to be more specific. But now you gotta give me one back. And this is all going to YouTube in case you're not aware later on. So this will be in the internet for forever. So given that I just gave you my country and the city I live in, you might as well share with us what's the country you are from and do you enjoy it? What's specific about it? In England? Well, so given that you do not even live in the European Union, that's damn foreign to me. Nah, in a bit more seriousness though, so what brings you to the stream? Really just a smack talk with a fellow streamer, or what is it? In Warwick. Oh no, it's pronounced Warwick. I learned that like a few months ago, I think. We had a player named Warwick. So I realized that it's I think somebody taught me. Well, it's not bad decisions. Some people want to commit suicide, let them. That said, I'm happy with the signing. Did I agree to this? I did agree to this. I did it now. We will have a new player next season. A backup member. Well, thank you very much, Travis on Molly. So, I know nothing about the university in Warwick. Neither do I know much about London, other than being a financial hub, maybe. What the fuck? So, Ariant was 1 to 2 days, yeah, that happens. This, though, injured in an accidental collision. A lower back stress fracture. That's a way to state I will not have a future with this club. In the under 18s. Lower back stress fracture. This is absurdly bad. Oh, that sounds fun. Let's do this. Seriously. So advice is very limited to a degree, but I guess I have some pieces of advice from time to time. Gotta be careful though, because well, I'm interested in finance, and I'm not a financial advisor. So I don't know. Probably not the topic you want to cover. That said, that's just me. I'm also interested in, generally speaking, in management and entirely unqualified. I'm a computer scientist by education. I hold a master's degree in computer sciences. Got some experience programming and, well, some, I guess, experience managing teams in computer science too. Or in IT teams, if that's worth anything to you. And otherwise, I play a lot of Football Manager. And, yeah. There's other stuff. Oh yeah, Dungeons and Dragons. There should be a bunch of books down over there. I've been a game master for about 20 years. Well, thank you very much for the compliment, I guess. Because obviously your dad is a person that is very dear to you, so much appreciated. Imbiri is perfect. Yeah, so go on with your advice regret type questions. Feel free to go through the list. That sounds way more fun than not talking about anything at all. And also I like to to Football Manager alongside some just chatting, I guess. There is development. It works. Do you see that? Our training sessions actually work. Our players develop. Well, not in Beery this time, but on a 9.8 rating I will not complain. Verdiancia on a 9.5 and all of a sudden there's development. Congratulations, Mr. Real Talk Channel. So... yeah. I'm not sure if that's so wrong though. It's just a way to look at your adults, right? This is perfect. So I don't know if Football Manager is the way to do things for you, but you might just compliment my perspective on some things. I would be very happy if you stick around. Well, first of all, though, in the short term. So maybe we could talk about nerd stuff from time to time. That's fine with me. I don't have a degree in economics. I have a whole whopping 10 ECTS in economical topics in university. So basically nothing. I'm very interested in portfolio management overall, though, and well, I guess in everything related to investing. Well, Football Manager is it has not that much to do with football, to be frank. It's somewhere in between a role-playing game and a management simulation for me. And this comes with all the common topics of personnel management and, well, I guess in some way risk management, if you want to put it that way. Considering player injuries and the balance of a squad and also how personalities interact with each other. So, yeah, so much for that. So Crypto trends really well. I love this. Didn't progress though. I want to look into the others now. Did any of you improve? Tabuni didn't. That training though. I should have trained him like this earlier. I think Real Talk Channel is on his way to university, if I got it correctly. So, a few weeks out or something. I did, yes. I did. In Würzburg, in Germany. That's I don't know if you know it, probably not. It's a city at the border between well, it's formally speaking, it's in Bavaria. It's at the border towards Baden-Württemberg, so in the southern Germany. And Würzburg is like I don't know, 80 or 90,000 people plus 30,000 students. So it's a student city, but it's also it's very pretty, and I can hardly lose a bad word about it. It's I don't know. It has a nice castle. There's a river going through it. A lot of hills where they grow grapes for wine, and you can certainly get drunk there. So I guess that made for good studying. Yes. Not recommending alcohol, obviously. This is Twitch after all, right? Get some water. So I hope that answers the question. All of these trained really well. That's fantastic. Neither do I. I mean, we all drank at some point, a little bit, I guess. And maybe a bit too much, but I wouldn't say it's a lifestyle that I would be willing to promote, especially not these days. I think earlier on in my life I made a few mistakes with respect to that, but yeah. It's not something that... it's not very fulfilling long term. There's these short term, I guess, jumps to immediate happiness. It's a way, it's a contrary to delayed gratification. It's instant gratification, alcohol and smoking and stuff. So doesn't make much sense. At least not long term. Long term it ruins you. So me? Well, I don't. I mean, besides the odd beer here and there, but that's really, how do I put this? It's really rare, and it has nothing to do with excessive consumption of alcohol or something. I wouldn't condone that. That has nothing to do with streaming, by the way. It's just me. I don't do that anymore. Yeah, and I don't think it's worth it. In particular, in hindsight, I should have spent a lot more of the money that I spent on alcohol. I should have spent that on a portfolio early on. But you know, you learn when you learn. So yeah. To be fair, my university certainly didn't, because they don't teach politics, or they didn't teach politics in these lessons or lectures. They taught basic principles, and I don't think I remember much. On the other hand, it wasn't the focus of my education, so whatever. I did listen to some of, I think, the MIT's financial mathematics stuff. That's on YouTube and also on their website, as far as I'm aware. Might be an old lecture, but that was really interesting. It kind of filled some gaps for me. But that's all more related to quantitative stuff, I guess. What is it you're going to study anyway? If you're willing to share a Real Talk channel. I guess, given that you are looking for a home, you know what what kind of how do I put this, man? It just escapes me. American studies. Oh, all right, interesting. I'm not sure if I know anyone that studied something like this. Well, in any case, Travis on. By the way, Travis on Molly, is Travis on Molly just your random name, or is your first name Travis? Can I call you Travis? Hopefully, I can. Would be really weird if you are the Molly in the relationship, though. Anyway, there's no females on Twitch, though. In particular, not in Football Manager saves. Thank you very much. Travis on Molly is just a bit long. Well, fingers crossed for you. So you didn't get to the hard questions, though. I expected a bit more. All right. This seems good overall, doesn't it? Most of them are in a good mood. He's not entirely fit. That's not good. Do we want to play Utama? Hell no. On the other hand, let's have a look at... so that would be the right winger. Yeah, he's friggin' fast, so that's not an Utama case. For sure. Okay. Hidayatullah is also... he's always an idea. I think in this case we will rotate heavily. So, do we want Zico for another year? Oh, why the fuck not? It's 500 euros a week, whatever. So, we played Zico instead of Moody. That resolves some of the pressure on all of these players that are under heavy match load. Infantry is fine, but I would prefer this guy. Feel free. We already shared Benjamin Felix finding and funding a good life in this session of the stream. So yeah, we might as well go into happiness goals in life, or I don't know, when to spend money on happiness and when not to, or whatever. I don't know. Come up with something that's fun to you, though. I'm not very good at finding happiness in life overall, I think. On the other hand, I am. To a degree. On second thought. I think I got some stuff figured out. I'm quite happy with some of the circumstances. Not with all, though. There's always room for improvement, isn't it? Tabuni should play. Imbiri should play. Jorge Cesar definitely. That's basically the first team here. In case you're wondering, Travis, Real Talk Channels did some sort of enormous database, and this is basically his feed about whatever happens in his game. So I'm not even aware of half of whatever he's talking about, but yeah. As long as he has fun, that's fine with me. Do we want to play Yusuf as well as... I don't want to play... What's per mana? Other than being too slow? Could also play Fawzi. Fawzi's the one that didn't train well though, and he's in decline, so... Not doing that. You can do that. That said, people often mispronounce that. For some reason, I should have gone with camel case, I guess. Given that most people do not understand that this is no use and not nous, whatever nous should mean. But this is a common common thing apparently. Name's Christo, so that's not news to anyone on the stream. So box standard Chris with CH. Thanks to my parents, I guess. I don't know anyone that wants to get into US politics. That sounds suicidal to me. Also, why would you learn about all of these different kinds of, what did you say? The social market versus state control versus market socialism. As far as I'm aware, the Americans have right-wing policies and that's about it. So, there's no use learning about that if you want to get into American politics. I'm entirely unqualified on the topic, by the way, so don't listen to me. I'm just trying to troll around a little bit. I learned that this is very important, trolling around from time to time. And in particular, the Americans can always be trolled. Special greetings to Chera Nullet. In case he ever watches this later on, hopefully he does. Well, you can, but you might as well go with Chris, whatever. It's not shorter, but do whatever feels fine for you. I will tell you if I mind. Okay, so we got some opposition instructions to concentrate on for a second, and a second usually is a few minutes for me, but feel free to converse with me anyway. Just tell me to do it afterwards. So they play a 4-4-2. Going against a 4-4-2, this is not necessarily a bad idea. I would prefer to play Isha actually against a 4-4-2. Cutting inside and overloading this area. That depends a little bit on their central defenders and the fullbacks though. If one of the fullbacks is really fucking slow, like him, he's not that fast, that's the right defender, so he is paired with our left. This is perfect, Ferdiancia is way faster. Great. So also Ferdiancia did train well, so we can go past him, probably. Dribbling's bad. He is a decent defender, but he's a bit slow. Not that bad. It's a bunch of traits. Also good personality, but that doesn't matter to us right now. Alright. Benari, resolute, knocks ball past the opponent and stays back at all times. This is fantastic. Given that he knocks the ball past the opponent, we will try to close him down and tackle him. He is a brave guy, his dribbling is shit, so we will probably hurt ourselves trying to hurt him. Let's not try to do that. He gets forward whenever possible. Or he's a midfielder? Playing as a central defender? What the fuck is up with that? To quote somebody famous. I don't know what to make of this. So we already closed down the other one. I guess his passing is better than usual, but that seems like a recipe for disaster. Jumping reach 3 on a central defender is also really great. I don't know, tight marking, I guess? His off-the-ball movement's shit, yeah, tight marking. And we will set Jorge Cesar, our primary striker, on his heels. Where is it? Yeah, well, any striker in this position, really. What was the name again? I forgot the name. Is it Barai? Of course not, it's Tabuni. Fucking hell. Tabuni. I will read this in a second. Give me a second. Don't want to forget this. Muhammad Tabuni is the one that we want to tight mark. Okay. Let me read this. I see. So, that makes some sense at least. I don't know. How's the, as a British, how's your perspective on the American political system, I guess? That's a bad question though for stream, isn't it? Which doesn't like us talking about American politics. I think there's even something in the terms and conditions that you cannot talk about politics on stream for some reason. So yeah, maybe I won't do that. To be fair to me, it's not my own politics, and I'm so small. This guy looks decent. Yeah, in fact, he looks really great. Passing the off-the-ball movement's bad. That's the best we have here. So in case we can mark him out of the game, that would be fantastic. Unreasonable to assume that this will work though. There's something in the terms and conditions about that. I'd rather be cautious about it. Crossing 14 is damn great. That's really dangerous. He's also friggin' fast. Off the ball movement's not that great, but I would rather not try to mark him tightly. This is a case of a closing down. And, well, I'd rather have him pass the ball with 7 points of passing than crossing. Well, I definitely don't. I enjoy living in Nuremberg. Moved here recently, so... Question wasn't intended for me, though. Alright. This guy has good off-the-ball movement and really bad bravery, but decent dribbling. Yes, I do. I have a regular job, and this is not my regular job. So this is what I do in my free time from time to time, that is. Not always. Including eating chocolate or anything else on stream. And drinking way too less water. Well, not enough water anyway. Not sure if I phrased that correctly. Let's at least close this guy down, won't we? Seems like he can misplace a pass or two. So that might make sense. The regular amount. So in Europe that's 40. I'm happy to go... How do I put this? I'm happy to go into detail about my know-how. I'm not so happy to go into detail about the specifics of my job, if that makes sense. So I hope that's okay with you. Yeah, it's similar with you know, family and specific location within Nuremberg and stuff. Gotta be careful about all of that doxing stuff. Yeah, but you define working by basically everything you do. It's fine. I just wanted to explain. Some people get pissed because they think I want to hide something, and to be honest, in some cases I do. It's me that chose to do streaming, not people around me. So it's about them too. This guy's passing is dangerous. His off-the-ball movement isn't that great. This is somebody that needs to be marked tightly. Let me have a look at the dribbling again. Bravery is absurdly high, so hard tackling will not work. We should get... Runs with the ball through center, tries killer balls often, moves... So I guess show him to the right, given that he moves it to the left. Bakhtiar! Yet another one with the killer balls. Well, does doing streaming stuff count as work these days? If it does, then I guess sometimes I just do groceries or stuff and consider that my achievement of the day. That's a hard question, because some things have been somewhat constant. So we're basically talking about what makes you happy in life, and I think some of this changes all the time, basically, or within the years. So let me pick an example here. This example, not affiliated in any way, right? Dungeons and Dragons. Or whatever. But in my case, generally speaking, role-playing games overall, pen and paper role-playing. I got into that in school. And I think I enjoyed it for most of the time, but I commonly get after a few years of doing the DM in pen and paper role-playing games, I get some sort of creative burnout, if that makes sense. I just can't come up with interesting scenarios anymore, or an interesting design, an interesting world, interesting characters, an interesting storyline. It's too much. So I tend to go on and off with this. And I didn't notice this pattern at the start, but throughout the years I realized that it's there. So my last group, I quit playing with them like, I think, a year ago now, maybe. And I seriously miss them, but I also realized that I don't, I'm not yet back where I was. It's starting to come back though. On the other hand, streaming takes out some of it, so I don't know, you have a limited amount of energy per day. I am definitely a person that finds a project for themselves without a job that the person needs to be paid for, if that makes sense. I do not need to get money for what I do to be happy about it. So to pick this guy, which is a name I always butcher, John Strelecki, wrote The Big Five for Life. The center of my, or that reason for my existence is not the job, or it does not have to be. That's not to say I do not like my job. In fact, I very much do, but it does not have to be what I do once I retire. And retirement is not something that I strictly see as. I don't think there should be a hard cut. That makes sense. If you push all the stuff that you like doing towards retirement, then you might miss out on a good life. That was a very excessive answer, isn't it? I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. Is this directed towards me, Real Talk channel? So if I would need to answer that, I would argue I am agnostic towards the position on the planet. Well, somewhat. The thing is, I live in Nuremberg now. Nuremberg's fine. A little bit more green here and there and a little bit less screaming children would probably be a good idea. In my specific case. Not that I'm a hater of children, it's just I hate the noises. That's very different, I hope that makes sense. But I do not think I would want to change the location. And if I did, I probably would have a hard time figuring out where to go. That said, I don't want to be overly dramatic, but the center of my emotional attachment is not with a location on the planet. If that makes sense. The location on the planet does need decent internet, though. Without a decent internet connection, I cannot live. Nah, that's not true, but I prefer it that way. So he's right-footed. Runs with ball down the right, knocks the ball past the opponent, which is dangerous to possess, dives into tackles, and blah blah blah. He's definitely one it will be challenging to deal with, so we will trigger the press on him too. And also show him to the left, because apparently he wants to run down the right, and I cannot have that. What's with him? Och, yeah. Bachtia, that's also towards goal. I don't like that at all. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, maybe people romanticize countries that are closer to them, like in Germany, romanticizing, I would love to live in Spain or something like this, without being aware of their specific circumstances. So maybe that makes sense, that they want to live somewhere else on the continent. It feels like a dream that is remote enough, but also without the realism that's needed. Maybe that too. I don't know. I have no idea about well, that's not true. I have some idea about the average age of my viewers, but well, it's not that impressive as a statistic. 100% male and basically approximately from the younger ages straight towards my age and a bit above. Makes sense, yes. So what do we do with Bakhtiar? His dribbling is somewhat okay, bravery is good. Jumping reach and strength are great, and he needs to be tight marked, I guess. That's a lot of tight marking overall, and no hard tackles whatsoever. Can this be true? No hard tackles. None. He has low bravery, but he has decent dribbling. He has okay-ish dribbling. Really low bravery and strength. We will tackle him hard. There cannot be a football match without somebody getting fucked up. I guess Taboon is the next one. Have fun, man. This is all okay. He has decent bravery too. Alright, let's go to the match. Any other recommendations? Yes, rolling it out is not a good idea here. We go towards target man in this case. Because, you know, apparently they play a midfielder in central defense. So I would rather have our target man straight up there. Is there a replacement for Zico on the bench? Yes, there is. Let's go. Place your bets. There's nothing to win but glory, but place your bets. So, this is against number 16. Apparently we are in bad form. I don't know why. We have failed to score on our last 2 games, while Borneo have also failed on 2 occasions. Okay. We'll go with this. Me? I don't know, I guess this is a typical... Is academic the right way to put this? People that went to the university and spend a lot of time within their own head do not tend to get children early. So, I don't know, I guess the answer is a quantitative approach. It's somewhat of a common symptom, isn't it? Also, viewership is fluctuating a little bit. Don't know if new people joined actually, so in case you did, feel free to ask questions and, you know, come on in about Football Manager in Indonesia, or however you want to phrase it. How have your team been able to make this place such a fortress of late? So, first of all, we are in bad form, and then this is a fortress. Can you elaborate, please? This doesn't fit. Well, I don't know. I guess the common answer is, or the somewhat funny answer, is probably, children would be, it would be sad not to get children, given that my good genes wouldn't be in the gene pool anymore. On the other hand, I don't know, for now I'm enjoying Football Manager, I guess. Well, how have your team been able to make this play such a fortress late, he asks. I think we will blame this on the fans. He does not play in a different role. What are you talking about? He plays as a winger on attack duty just as always. What's the mood in the dressing room right now? Let me just say it's not very moody, even though he's on the bench. Alright, let's do this. This is basically, Travis, this is basically the best way to get to know the team, because now you get to know the first team. From the match, that is. And if you are interested in Football Manager at all, well, that probably tells you the odd thing. If you are not, and just here for the chatting, well, then you might get interested in Football Manager. It barely has anything to do with football. Now we watch the game, and then, well, it has to do with tactics in football, so I guess there's some football in it after all. And this looked fine. Intercepted by Tabuni. Well, you might want to try it. There's a nice documentation named Football Manager Stole My Life, so you've been warned. Okay, thank you very much, Real Talk Channel, for that random fact. Wait, it looked like we had a great opener to the match. That flick on by Jorge Cesar wasn't that bad. Nice long kick. Again, for Jorge Cesar, nice one. For Diancia, that first touch was horrible. Same as the pass, by the way. Otherwise, though, very happy with that. So Kip, those long ball towards Ferdiancia. It's in. 4 minutes into the match. I guess this demands celebrations, so I don't know. Yay! Whatever. Don't want to be ridiculous, right? It is a good goal, though. And as expected, Ferdiancia is a bit faster here. Was it the defender that put this one in? No, it was a header. One chance, one goal. Jorge Cesar in a nutshell, at least in some of the games. So if this is one of those, then he will score another free. Come to think of it. Oh! Well, Ferdiancia's finishing is not exactly his strong suit, is it? Tabuni's pass. Imbi is not one to win those headers, so Kipto, though, should be reliable. Not with the direction of his heading, though. Let Macron have his taste. Whatever. We need to score another goal, or maybe 5. I mean, we cannot leave Borneo without a real beating. No, we cannot let Borneo leave without a real beating. That's it. Zico's dribbling is rubbish, it seems. Wins the ball back though. Harianto with a long ball for Diancia again. Look at this. Penetrating defense time and time again. Jorge Cesar. Fuck. Could have gotten so much better. We're back in 4th spot, by the way, at least for now. Not that it matters much. Or at all. Tabuni's passing seems decent. Arianto for Harianto. Jorge Cesar will win the... well, it's not a header. And Mbiri's friggin' fast, but also want to spot for Diancia in this case. Will he get another cross into the middle of the penalty area? Something along the lines. Not bad. Arianto intercepts. Well done. Well done. Okay, Zico. Arianto. Nice long ball. That's bad. Overall, though, this is a good match so far. Let's praise them. Hopefully they can live with that. Zico's dribble... not really. Abdullah. Did miss the opportunity to pass towards Zico. Now the ball's with the playmaker, Tabuni. So Kipto. That's okay. I can live with that. Why not? It's a bit boring, but we are about winning and not about playing interesting football, aren't we? For Diancia. As in football teams, I tend to answer this. I like to support good management in dire circumstances. So, what would that be in England? Probably not Manchester United. Neither Manchester City. No. St. Pauli is not dire circumstances though, but you got a point. No, in Germany it would be something like Heidenheim. Frank Schmidt has been there for 20 years now, or 18 I think. And they made it all the way from 4th league to 1st league. That's damn good management. I'm somewhat sympathetic towards St. Pauli, so I guess we can agree on that. I'm also born and raised in Stuttgart, so I guess that makes me somewhat of a supporter of VfB Stuttgart. Yeah. And, well... I'm certain like I can come up with some other clubs. SC Freiburg has, for example, has consistently outperformed, I guess, the financial circumstances of the club. And always made, no, not always, but regularly made good decisions. With great consistency. Mbiri! 2-0. Go Svensson, that should be Mainz. Well, it was Mainz at least at some point. Let me have a look. I don't know if he's still around. Bo Svensson at this point in time is manager of Mainz, yes. He's certainly, yeah. That's true, they aren't doing very well right now. But, overall, I wouldn't be aware of anything, well, negative about Bo Svensson. Other than the performance of Mainz so far. That said, the sample... how many games did we have for now? 6? I don't know if this is the right way to assess the situation. Ooh, that's well intercepted by Roger Cesar. Mbiri. Come on. Fast. That movement was absolute rubbish. The on-the-ball movement by Roger Cesar. He put the ball straight towards the defender. Otherwise, he could have had a great opportunity to score. Arianto's long ball, that's not good. So, let's praise him a little bit, because this seems like they are getting the beating. As long as we do not concede, I'm happy with this. Abdullah wins the header. Zico. Come on, Zico. Nice ball towards Mbiri. And that was a hard one. Still, he got that shot off. So I guess we can be happy about that, right? Nice header. Sukipto finds Zico again. Goes straight towards Jorge Cesar. Zico, is this offside? Doesn't look like it. Mbiri's all on his own, more or less. Zico, Mbiri, Tabuni, Jorge Cesar. Look at that. Well, there might have been an opportunity for an even better chance, but the pace of the passing, or the frequency of the passing, I really liked that. Not so much about the pace. The tempo, I guess. It's called that way in the game, right? It was really nice attacking short passing. And that's the 10th shot. And the 5th on target, I guess. So, is there any team that you do support, Travis and Molly? Jorge Cesar all the way back, defending. Zico, well done. What will Abdullah do? Apparently go for the long ball. That's not a good choice, man. That's no good. Decent. Even better. Jorge Cesar for Mbiri, that's a bit low. That's fantastic, Zico. Put it in. Frio. Well, first of all, I'm sorry for for hating on Manchester United earlier in that case, even though I don't think I hate it very much. And second of all, this is a fantastic, really fantastic finish. Goalkeeper went the wrong way, and Zico just put it in. He's not a good finisher. So, if you had to support any other club, which one would it be, other than United? I guess I'm a supporter of PSIS Senarang. At this point in time, at least. Not in real life, though. Just in Football Manager, strictly speaking. A Frio. That's perfect. Please don't get complacent. Given the performance, I think we will tell those that didn't have a green rating yet to get the fuck moving and do something about it. Now he's calm and not very motivated, okay. The rest of them though, they seem to be fired up somehow. Come on, make it 6. You can do this, this is the 16th in the league. Tabuni, Jorge Cesar, Mbiri, what short passing, so Kipto, Zico... Ferdiancia doesn't win the header. That's unsurprising. Ferdiancia, Zico, not a chance. Also, expected goal says 0.95 and we scored 3 times from that. I think that's called efficiency. Or, I don't know, clinical shooting maybe. Zapruja likes to dribble with the ball apparently, not sure what's going on there. But, given that we know that... No, wait. Let me have a look at the tablet. So, he plays as a goalkeeper. Rennes. Oh. I spent some time in Rennes. At some point. That was ages ago though. The only thing I can remember about Rennes is rain. Basically. Rain and grey weather. For a few weeks. So not for an extended amount of time. Et maintenant mon français est dégueulasse. So yeah, there's not much left from that. That's a nice ball. I don't know, man. It was back when I was young, and I had other stuff in my head. It wasn't ugly or anything. It was just rainy most of the time that I was there. And well, I was an exchange student there, not student. Well, I don't know. And back when I was in school. Ah, puts it past the post. That was close. This is one of these matches where you don't really look into details, and then it comes back to haunt you. Gotta be careful with this. So most of the players are doing fine, more or less. 53 minutes into the match, we should probably substitute the ones that we rely upon the most. Who is that? I guess... Oh. Probably not Paris. Paris is a slum. The thing is, I did not travel that much, and if I do... within Germany, I think I like Hamburg in general. Hamburg is somewhat wild and very colorful, and I can certainly respect that. Also, the attitude of the people there seems to rub off in a positive manner. I like that. Throughout the rest of Europe, what cities did I like? I mean, I guess where I studied, Würzburg has a certain charm, but that's still in Germany. The thing is, once I travel, I rarely visit cities, so I'm a bad person to ask that question, if that makes sense. I'm more one to go for hiking or So if I come up with something, it's usually I was on vacation in XYZ, and that was kind of nice, but there's no cities around there. I hope that explains a little bit why I have a problem coming up with stuff. I mean, I was on vacation once in Ljubljana, in Slovenia, is this, right? That was... The center of the city certainly has a nice touch. And there's also a big park there that is really great. So for a small city in, I guess in somewhat eastern country in Europe, that's a good pick. Also for vacation, it's not that expensive. But on the other hand, you can certainly see the bad stuff too, outside of these zones, like the bad buildings and you know, stuff that would look different in Germany. Let's put it that way. Okay, 53 minutes into the match, I want to have substitutes. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we can use this to play the youth players a little bit. Might not be the perfect occasion, but when is it perfect anyway? Or the old players in this case. Utama maybe. Who might create an additional chance or two. And now I'm kind of conflicted on the overall thing, because some of these up front here they might get really tired, and they played a lot recently. On the other hand, if they make it through the match uninjured, I think we're okay. And by the way, let me give that question back. Do you have a favorite city? Or maybe a top 3? Would that be an easy answer for you? Utama as well as Yusuf, the young and the old guy. Substituting both fullbacks. Not sure if that's a good idea. We'll find out though. Bahari. By the way, did they substitute anyone yet? Not yet. Well, we lead by 3 goals, so we'll probably be fine. Utama's pass is wonderful. Sukipto, Tabuni, Imbiri. Ouch. Loses the ball. Come on, man. Don't do anything stupid. Owen's there. It's all good. We will go with some additional praising, I think. After scoring 3 goals, that's probably okay. Imbiri's header immediately. Well, that certainly was creative. Didn't expect that. Pudra's long kick. Halim Imbiri wins the duel against Setyavan for some reason. That's a wonderful pass. Nice one. Second goal of the match for Jorge Cesar. And the assist was given by Imbiri, who is now sitting on a goal and 2 assists within this game. Not bad. Verdiancia didn't score yet, so that cannot last, obviously. 4-0 after 55 minutes. And the second rank's already on the pitch. We might make it to the Asian Champions League after... Nah, we won't. At least not within the league. What are you doing, Yusuf? You are paid to walk, you know? Run, maybe even. Alright. I've never been to any of either of them, so... You obviously saw more of the world than I did. Verdiancia deflects off the goalkeeper. That could have gone in. That's a hard tackle, I think. That free kick should probably be taken by somebody that knows how to do it, and given that I completely forget to set free kick takers prior to each match, because I'm a fucking moron, let's give Verdiancia the opportunity to do these. He's way better than the most of the rest. Maybe Tabuni afterwards. Then, I don't know what's going on here. I'm quite sure that I set this up at some point. Also, the menu's not broken at all. This is what a regular UI should look like, right? So what's so interesting, or what's so to like about Barcelona / and or, you know, Addis Ababa? Oh. Interesting perspective that is. Tama on the left is already in there, Yusuf on the right. None of the others. Corner's taken by the left. Utama can take the ones on the right, that's okay. The ones on the left though. I guess Yusuf makes an appearance as a corner taker or whatever. Why is that, if I may ask? Do you just like to stay put, or is there anything in particular? Oh, Jorge Cesar's tired. We should... So, okay. He's on a 9.9 rating. Yes, he might not get the hat-trick now, but we will bring Isha on. I do not want Jorge Cesar to get injured. Even though he's definitely the better choice. And in this match it seems to work. Utama loses out. with the header. He's damn slow, so that might be a problem. Nice save by Owen. What a great save. And Isha makes an appearance. Let's wait for that corner. I don't want to praise him after conceding. Head that thing out. Get the ball away from him. Don't let him run past you. That happens if you play youth players. We concede. Is it offside? It's offside. Okay, so in this case... Yeah, move on. True, it's offside. Got lucky. Alright. I see. Well, would you say this is a bad thing? Oh, what a wonderful... what a pass! Come on! Iberi is down in the penalty area and Isha hits the post of the empty goal. I cannot believe it. In another game, this would be really annoying to me. We could have made it 5. We should have made it 5 in this situation. Halim, interesting, but not good. This is the first time in a long time that a game is going dead well for us, I think. Yusuf. Come on, youngster. That's not bad. Isha's not that fast though. He's been closed down, no problem for Halim. Isha wins the header, Mbiri wins the ball. Hits the post. That could have been his second goal of the game and it would certainly have been deserved. Let's have a look at the opposition. They substituted somebody. Yeah, so who came on? Andrew Dort. I have no idea about him, but he's a 17-year-old. So, whatever. He plays where? In central defense. And it does not seem like he knows anything about that. Well, maybe he's a central defender. There's the second by Mbiri. What a line. Glued to the pitch and nailed to the back of the net. Fantastic. I like this. I'm glad that I continue the stream now. Look at this. That's a good shot. That really is a good shot. Could have been way more forceful in the end, but it was well placed. And whatever. To the back of the net, so who cares. Also, another player came on, so let's have a look at that one. Isvan Yudi. That's a striker that is entirely out of sharpness. His dribbling is bad, his bravery is bad, and also his strength is bad, so I guess we will make we will give him a warm welcome. And warm will be his own blood. That's fine. Thank you very much for watching, and well, you are always welcome to stick around whenever you feel like it. Okay. So, do we need to close him down or mark him tightly or something? Off the ball movement seems okay. I'd rather not. Chances are that seems like a not so reasonable result. I mean, I guess it's a good thing. But what kind of league is this? I don't know why I ask, actually. Given that you designed your own competitions. Oh, that was way harder than it looked for Owen. Great save. And Mbiri's on a 10.0 rating. Perfect. As he deserves. So this is first tier against second tier. That seems to be like a big gap between the two. If results like these came up. Okay. Well, we will praise a little bit. Maybe we can score a sixth after all. Is Yusuf again. Yusuf's cross. Mbiri, all on his own. Oh, come on, that first touch. What a shitty first touch. Otama. Nice. Mbiri, not so nice. Oh, I want to score the sixth goal. Snatching at our chances now. In another match this would have devastating consequences. In this one though, it seems like we are doing okay. Yeah, it actually... What the hell, Owen? So Kipto starts dribbling Tabuni. So Kipto, Isha, Mbiri... Oh, come on, Mbiri. That's really bad. Nice tackle by Harianto. Gotta give him that. Isha wins the header. Zico. What's Zico doing? Yusuf. He delays the pass, I guess. Ooh. Not a bad one for Zico. Zico takes a shot. That was well placed. Saputra with a long kick. I think Sukipto or Tabuni won the header. Not sure. Both of them went towards the ball. I have my problems with the way they go through the middle right now. They could be even better. Yusuf, Sukipto, Zico. Nice one. Mbiri. Will he square it? Come on! Put the ball towards Isha. He can hit the post too. Not bad. Zico. That will be a corner. Isha didn't score yet. Neither did Ferdiancia. So this game still has something left in it. We will go with freaking time wasting now. I know it's 12 minutes to go, but I think we can afford that. Utama, Isha. Would have been a chance to score. He definitely won the jumping duel. They all seem rather tired. For some reason, Simon Yuntak seems okay, in a way. He's tired though. So given that he's tired and Ferdiancia isn't yet, let's go down the left and pass into space. Because I think Ferdiancia in a good mood with also some stamina left in him. That might just work. Ariando. Utama. That was close. Isha. Nice one for Mbiri. Is this offside? Yes, it is. Damn. That was close. Ferdiancia with a free kick. That will be picked up by Utama. Don't do anything stupid, Utama. He doesn't. Mbiri, Ferdiancia, that's down the left, I guess. Bahari defends well though. Sadly. Which one is Bahari? Oh, a central defender. Also a tired one. So he got lucky? Well, that's an easy one. Utama. Come on. Play one of these passes. That's one of the things you're good at. Yeah, one of these. What a fantastic ball. Kimbiri. Cuts back. Verdiancia. Isha puts it past the post again. I don't know what's going on with him. Apparently he needs to go back to the training ground. That needs to be practiced. I don't know. Yellow card. Verdiancia. Arianto. No goal for a central defender today. 2 minutes left. Yet another free kick by Verdiancia. Arianto. And Saputra is the best man on the pitch. He's on a 7.1 rating, despite conceding 5 goals. How the hell? But we had 27 chances. What's going on? "27 shots, 15 on target. What did they do? Did they defend at all? Well, game should be over. Doesn't matter anymore. I think we're okay. And this seems somewhat consistent, looking at the expected goals story. Not much changed, did it? Also, nobody got injured, so this is really great. Absolutely devastated them. Wow. Arianto got subbed. But I don't care. Let's celebrate. 9.9 rating, 10.0 rating. And now I will get a stupid question about subbing Jorge Cesar. Who was tired anyway. If we can have a similar result against Persipura Chayaputra... well... What the fuck is the wider context? There's a 12-point gap. Forget about the wider context. We got 3 points, that's it. Did you honestly believe you could take advantage of their poor form? No. Are you looking to give your players a rest day? No. There's work to be done. In particular, spend the experience that you just gained. Fantastic result. I'm very happy with this. Imbiri, 2 assists and 2 goals. Wow. And Persija have booked a Champions League ticket. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Sure, that happens now. What a performance. I mean, I guess I was hoping for something like this at some point, but wow. Hopefully that translates into immediate improvement. Who knows? Also, Zico made it through the entire match, by the way. Oh, this is up after league games. How many league games did he have? How many league games? 13. And 3 subbed on. So that's still 16? I don't know. Probably counts. I think I'm very happy with that. Alright, anyone still around? Doesn't look like it. Perfect. So, I think this is the right time to wrap up the stream. I hope a few people had a good time. I certainly did. Was a bit of a slow going one, but it found a really great end, I think, at this point. Given that we just beat whoever it was, 5-0. I forgot the name, I'm really tired. So, yeah, anyway, thank you very much for watching. I hope to see you all around. And in case you watch this later, there's, well, Twitch, a YouTube channel, and a Discord server, which is more or less bare bones, the last one. In fact, most of it is more or less bare bones. But you're welcome to stick around and follow. Yeah, that's about it. Have a good night, and I will probably see you all on Friday, but maybe, just maybe, I want to do another stream tomorrow. Who knows? I enjoy this very much. And tomorrow's an off day in Germany, so who knows? Anyway, have a good night. Bye.